Report Lance for stalling. Don't report me for stalling, okay? I'm just making sure I have everything set up correctly here. I'm verifying that. I'm trying out streaming both the YouTube and Twitch at the same time. The YouTube VOD or YouTube stream will not have music, and the Twitch stream will. So I guess if you don't like music, you can watch the YouTube stream for it. But that's just because I think the DMCA stuff with the YouTube would be a little bit more risky. I'm not too sure about it, so I've swapped. I did the split audio track, so hopefully I set everything up okay. You guys can hear me okay. I got the YouTube on notification as well. Yeah, I was just checking to make sure it was on. Beyond savings, that's hilarious. Yeah, you just message. I see your message. Okay, I have a thing set up for multi-chat. Maybe I'll figure out how to add this in at some point. So that way people can see both chats if people are coming from YouTube. I'll maybe figure it out, but yeah. Your chat showed up in the thing, so that's good. Thanks for testing that, Beyond. We'll see how this works. I don't know. This is a test run to see if it works out. Are we gonna do a bingo today? Yes, we are gonna do a bingo today. Get rid of this title. Let's go to this capture. Let's go to Dog Tamer. What's going on, man? Dog Tanner, not Tamer. Ayo, Alan, what's up? So if you guys see me responding to somebody that you don't see in chat, it's because either they're on YouTube or they're on Twitch. And maybe I'll figure out a way to display both chats so people can see them, or I don't know if there's a way to combine chats at all. I don't know if that's supported or not. I haven't researched it enough yet, but we'll find out. But yes, we are going to be doing a bingo board. We're doing it in paint, because paint. Oh no, not this paint. We need classic paint. not whatever that is. I can't work with that application. That's not real paint. That's fake. A bingo board, yeah, a bingo board of our predictions for what they're gonna add in the or reveal in the live stream. That is gonna be the plan. Like, guess our bingo board is gonna be more of a rectangle. There we go. The perfect square. I've been PvAFK for a bit, Lance, since month 2 of Bow League. Today is the trailer video like normal leagues, right? Anything else important? Today they're doing the live reveal stream, so we're going to get information about what all is going to be in early access, I would imagine. I think there's a good chance they maybe reveal something about ascendancies. Like, you know, they haven't told us anything about ascendancies. I think there's a good chance they tell us / showcase a lot of the skills that are going to be in the game, showcase more new bosses that we haven't seen before. So it's going to be a pretty big reveal stream day. We'll see how it goes, but I'm pretty excited. They haven't really told us too much of what's going to be in it, but it's going to be a lot of that stuff. Twitch chat sucks. Hey, Alan, don't talk smack to Twitch chat. Twitch chatters are completely fine individuals. I've seen some streams where there's like a bot that scans and copies each chat to the others, but I don't know how it works. Okay, I'm going to have to look into that. The main thing is just so that way people can freaking see both messages. Because I know it's a little bit weird. I've watched people that have streamed both the YouTube and Twitch. And just watching other people stream, I'm like, that when they're responding to people that are from the like Twitch or YouTube and you're in the opposite chat or whatever, it's weird because if you don't see the message, like, you're missing the context of what they're saying. RF Showcase has to be in the bingo entry? Yeah, we could dream. Okay, let's just start out with the simple stuff. Just making it say bingo. O2 reveal. Keep it there. What time is the announcement? The announcement is roughly in 3 hours, so a little bit less than 3 hours now. When will drops begin? They'll begin when the announcement starts, I believe. So in about 3 hours. Which, if you're watching my stream on YouTube and you're connected to the drops, that should work. I don't know if they have anything set up for drops for YouTube, for the people watching from YouTube. You do so much better. I don't have ads here in any channel. Yeah, YouTube, I think, is done less good at preventing ad blockers. Like, whatever ad blocker I got however long ago works on YouTube, and it does not work on Twitch. So I don't know if Twitch has just tried harder to fight ad blockers or what. We did get a boat league, Return of the Boats events too. Yeah, Settlers. It's kind of boat league. We were sending boats out. We didn't actually get to play on the boats though. There was no boat actual gameplay. It was just talking to Tujin and getting loot. YouTube chat can kind of get lost with Twitch chat moves faster. Yeah. Basically what I'm doing right now is I have this combined chat thing, but we'll see how well I do at keeping up with it. uBlock Origin works on Twitch. Just the extension? I have the uBlock Origin, I think, extension. It doesn't work for me. Don't show it on stream. Don't show the multi-chat. You guys don't want to see each other? You guys don't want to see what each other say? Yeah, Mike, appreciate the sub, man. Announcement day indeed. Yo, FC, what's good, man? Multi is a big no-no for Twitch, isn't it? I don't know about multiple... I don't know about the combined chats or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure you no longer have to stream exclusively to Twitch. It used to be you couldn't... You had to stream exclusively on Twitch, but that changed, I think, half a year ago or something like that. That changed half a year ago. Use Chatterino. Is that like a bot or something to enable multi-stream? Yeah, let's get these lines set up. This is gonna be a perfect box. No mistakes whatsoever. Just perfection. Just gonna completely eyeball it and definitely not gonna have... Oh, I already messed up. Those are already different sizes. We've already made massive mistakes. Like right there. Do a classic 5x5. That's not terrible. Eyeballing it. That's pretty good. Excel is better, dude. I am a paint believer. What's in the box? Well, it's gonna be our predictions for what they're gonna reveal today. The third line isn't straight. Oh no! You're totally right. Yeah, we're gonna leave that like that. Oh wait, I have a solution. Let's pretend that's right in the middle. Wait, no, I don't even want to be right in the middle though, because I need this to be evenly spaced for the 5x5. There's gonna be some slight imperfections, guys. It's gonna be okay. The bingo board will not be perfect. Now copy the box and rotate it 90 degrees. Wait, does that work? Hold on. Well, it's not a perfect square. That won't work. Because this is a rectangle. I didn't draw a perfect square to begin with, so it's botched. Lancery's YouTube chat, I was sure we're second-class citizens. Well, I have you guys both in the, I have you guys in this multi-chat thing, so you guys will appear in the same spot for me to read chat messages. Hopefully I'll do okay at reading stuff. The only differences between the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream is the YouTube stream will not have background music. So that might be an advantage if you like that, if you prefer to not have background music. Outside of that, I think they should be the same, pretty much. I don't know, maybe there's gonna be a difference in quality, Twitch versus YouTube, I don't know, though. It makes you stick out more with the red marker? Yeah, maybe. Do you have secret intel? I don't have any secret intel though. Oh, that's not a good spacing. I think I need to go farther down. No music equals disadvantage. Yeah, that's the trade-off. Although now I should have the multiple VOD tracks. So if you're a Twitch VOD enjoyer, Twitch VODs will also no longer have the music. So we've corrected that now. Hopefully everything I set up correctly. And this spacing's bad. This vertical spacing is trash. Don't look too closely at it. Did I get a puzzle box or no? I haven't checked my mail today, but I hadn't got one yet. Here, I'll take the time to go check right now. I'll check right now for the puzzle box / if I got mail, but I don't think it happened yet. So if they're sending me, it's either slower in the mail or I didn't make the cut. Okay. Sort of a bad news, good news situation. The good news is, well, I'll go bad news first. Bad news first is we didn't get a box, or we didn't get anything in the mail. We don't know. Maybe I'll get one later. Who knows? I can dream that it's stuck in the mail. The good news is, I got some of these little like miniature peanut butter wafer cracker thingies. So, some benefits going on there. Hello, Mr. Stream. Hey, QS. Continuation for the video. Spec Channel. Thanks, man. Hello, Moonslayer. Hey, Leo Decol. Lance is snacking already, something like that. I have a Chaos Orb bet in PoE 2 that maps will be there from day one. Am I gonna win? You bet somebody Chaos Orbs that maps will be there day one. I think you're gonna win, yeah. Speaking of which, we should probably start filling out this bingo board. Is YouTube streaming new? Yes, this is the first time I'm trying it. Hopefully I haven't set it up. Hopefully I haven't screwed it up. Snack cam's nice, something like that. Something along those lines. All right. First thing I want to put in there. This is totally biased, and I recognize that. RF reveal. Okay? RF reveal. Let me cope. Okay? Let me cope. There will be an RF reveal. And I'm gonna put underneath this just a little side note. Still good. Okay? Let me cope. I can cope all the way to the moon and back. Okay? RF reveal, and it's still gonna be good. Okay? I can dream. One square is dead already. Shut up! It's not a dead square. It's not a dead square. That's a good square. That's a good square. Okay. All right. You know what? I shouldn't put this as a corner though. I should not put this as a corner square. We'll be realistic. I'll put it as like one of these squares. So that way it only affects. Wait, no, no matter where I put it. Okay, no, I'll put it like here. This way it only affects 2 bingos instead of 3 possible bingos. I don't want to break too many of my bingo possibilities. He needs to snack more. His brain isn't functioning. I predict RF goes duration. I've seen people say that multiple times. So help me, it better not become like a reactivation thing. Please no. Sorry, but I have additional bad news. What's your additional bad news? 41,000! He's cheating. He's cheating, guys. He's cheesing so hard. I like how you waited to take the screenshot for a regen proc, too. I like how you waited for the regen proc before you took the screenshot. To try to friggin' make it look like you're always regenning 61 KES per second. Yeah, 43 chaos res? Yeah, that's right. That's right, look at this, 63. I have over 100 higher chaos res. What do you have to say to that, Epsy? What do you have to say to that? That's what it's all about. 41K is what I have to say. Listen, you're going down, okay? You might be doing good now, okay? And I might lose a day to the PoE2 reveal, okay? You're going down though. Okay? This will not stand. This will not stand. Below 40 I can. Just you wait. Just you freaking wait. All right, where was I? I was having the dream of finishing this bingo board. When did stream start? Oh yeah, the PoE2 reveal is in a little bit less than 3 hours. So it's 2 hours 43 minutes from now, roughly. All right. RF reveals our first bingo board. What do we do for our second point? What do I think? I'm gonna say let's do like this. Let's do like this. I'm gonna say good mapping endgame. I'm gonna believe in good mapping endgame. Put it right here. Good mapping endgame included, okay? I think they don't have any endgame. I think they do. I don't know who to believe. I feel like I've seen people say something along the lines of there will be endgame in the release, and I've seen people say there's gonna be no endgame. 100% they have endgame. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a substantial mapping endgame system. Maybe I should make this. Whatever. That's probably fine on the text. It's probably fine on the text. It's good mapping, no mapping? No, there will be mapping included. I think it'll blow PoE1 endgame out of the water. I think it'll be real good. We'll see. If they could beat, there's no, they can't. Do you think they honestly are gonna in the early access? You think they're gonna compete with early? You think they're gonna compete with the amount of content PoE1 has? Like maybe the bosses will be like higher quality or whatever. Maps will be higher quality or whatever. But surely they can't compete in terms of the amount of content or things to do. That I think that's too much of an ask. I don't think they can change RF too much. They'll lose lanes if they did. They wouldn't lose me. I would still play PoE. I would just be bummed out. RF's my favorite skill. So I'm hoping it stays alive. The big thing is Jonathan in that interview, when Gazzy asked him about the MTX thing, he used Righteous Fire as the example. It's like, you might not recognize it. If it's so different, the skill MTX it isn't even relevant, blah, blah, blah. And he used Righteous Fire as the example. And I still to this day don't know if that was a real example or if he was trying to say that, hey man, I killed it. For 99% of players, that game will be better. 1% HGH juicers will cry. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Do we bet on ascendancies? Have we gotten any information about ascendancies at all? We know 6 classes, right? I'm gonna say 18 ascendancies. Is that too cope? All starting classes at launch. The thing is, we've had like the interviews that have said 6 classes, right? Maybe we put this over here. Way too cope. I'm gonna cope. I'm gonna cope with this one. Let me cope. I'm gonna believe. I thought 12 classes, 36 ascendancies. That's gonna be the full release for sure. But I think in interviews with the console guy said that they're gonna do 6 on the early release, I think. That I think I've actually like seen or heard in the interviews or whatever. The 18 thing I don't know about. I don't know if they've said anything about ascendancies at all. Dedge bingo. It's not a Dedge bingo. It's gonna be just fine. Hey, you're Evil Twin. What's up, man? On YouTube stream? Yep. CGI trailer. Last 2 seasons had a bit of CGI. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I agree with that, and I'm gonna modify that into real cinematics in Poe 2. I think I'm gonna say this is there's gonna be some legitimate cinematics that occur in the campaign. You guys know the PoE1 cinematic. You guys want to see the greatest cinematic and the only cinematic in PoE1? I don't know if there's probably a lot of people that know what I'm talking about. But this cinematic, this cinematic right here. Oh, the single greatest cinematic of all time. This is as far as I know the only cinematic in PoE1 currently. The one and only, yeah. If you want to see true art, it's basically like they hit the peak and they decided, you know what? Why do any more? This is already perfection. This is already perfection. You think it'll be more than 3x since they had the extra 3 weeks? Maybe, I don't know. I mean, the thing is they needed the extra 3 weeks for the database thing. But the thing is the database thing only is going to be relevant for the specific people that work with the database, not the art people, not the there's gonna be a lot of people that had extra time to do stuff during that time frame, right?
The world must be
I need time to go faster. It'll be here soon enough, guys. We're 2.5 hours away. We're close. Live action cinematic? That I don't think. No. There's no I don't that's too out there. I don't think it's gonna be a live action cinematic. What if Death South is better at PoE 2? It might be. Megan Fox PoE 2 ad? I hope not. I hope they're not spending money on freaking Megan Fox for advertising. Who knows? Maybe that paid off for D4. Maybe that's what they should be doing. Does character level get reset in the full game? Early access, I believe, will not have a permanent realm. Like, I could be wrong about this, but I think the early access of PoE 2 will be whatever, like, they're going to do multiple leagues, I think, in it, but I think that stuff is probably going to get reset, would be my guess. It could go to, yeah, it might go to standard. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with it. Add that to the bingo. Should I add it as early access goes to Eternal Realm or Standard Realm or something like that? Early access will be standard, you think so? Does anyone know what they did for the Fall of Oriath early access? With that beta, did you keep your stuff? Alright, now I need to talk to Sin. Innocence. Alright. Witness. True cinematic greatness. Behold. That's it. That's all you need. The slight hand movement of the statue. Oh, that's the current PoE 1 cinematics. So as you can say, it sets a very high bar. A very high bar. So I think it's a safe bet to think that there's a chance. I mean, obviously in the trailer they improved over what that is, right? What have I done? I messed up my thing. Oops. Are you hyped about guns? Yeah. I mean, I think a decent amount. I don't think I'm gonna play a mercenary or try to go crossbow. I'm more excited about I think in PoE my favorite builds are always caster builds, so I'm probably gonna lean towards doing a caster. But it really just depends on, are they gonna give us the passive tree? Are they gonna give us ascendancies? How much are we gonna know what we have to work with? Merc running around with a Desert Eagle, yeah. Let me cope. Let me cope that they're gonna give us a full passive tree reveal. That's too cope, right? Is that me dreaming too much? That's probably dreaming too much, because every league start we've gotten, like, we get PUB notes, but we don't even, people have to manually go in and import that information into PUB and set it up. Mike hopes they'll announce the next Exile con. There will be a date for the PoE 2 release. I don't know if they want to put a date on PoE 2 release. That would be pretty bold. I don't know. That's I think that's more cope than my RF reveal. That's pretty cope. We're not gonna see 100%. Yeah, I think they'll probably let us go blind. I don't think we can do this. Hey Gavinu, how you doing, man? How are you doing? Announce another delay. Add it to the bingo. No, I will not add that to the bingo. That's cursed. There's no way they're doing another delay. No shot. Tree planter in game. This question's been asked so many times in interviews with Jonathan, and it's like, the answer is always, PUB's already doing it better. Why would we do that? You know? They took it off the Steam page. Okay, don't start giving me theories about delay again. No, I don't want to add that. They'll add masteries. We haven't seen any masteries in the tree so far. Masteries are really cool in PoE1, but they're also like power creep. I feel like a lot of these things, it's like they want to start pretty stripped on power, and certain things are just very obvious extra power, right? They cancel the plans for it being a standalone, and it's just gonna be an expansion. No. That's not it. Let everybody start at 0 when the game launches. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say not full passive tree reveal. Have they announced which 6 classes it is? Other than we saw the reports of like no Huntress, no Druid. They said something about masteries being integrated in the tree instead. I wonder what that means. No endgame for beta. Guys, I don't want to put any like sad bingo options, okay? Because that's gonna be that's more depressing. What's the free square? Can I say hi, I'm Chris is the free square? I think it's hi, I'm Jonathan. But the thing is, like, surely Chris shows up, right, guys? I think it has to be hi, I'm Jonathan. He's done all the interviews, he's done all the promotion, he is the front man. I hope Chris shows up, but I think it's gonna be hi, I'm Jonathan. Chris will be first, and you think we go for Chris? He's nowhere lately. And the last time I made the prediction for hi, I'm Mark, on the 325 reveal, Chris showed up. He's locked up. He's not locked up, okay? Chris usually starts. All right. Nah, I just think it's. I think hi, I'm Jonathan's guaranteed. I don't know if Chris is guaranteed. I feel like this is supposed to be the free square. I feel like Jonathan's pretty guaranteed. I'm not confident that Chris is gonna be there or not. Where's the D4 campfire chat? It's nowhere to be found, believe it or not. I am not prepared for or going to watch the D4 campfire chat. Comment on gameplay looking slow. I mean, that's just gonna be the Twitch chat probably at some point. Chris is still the boss of the company. Yes, he is. But Jonathan's been the front man for all the interviews. You know, basically everything they've done for promotion for PoE2. I'm 100% confident. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers is gonna be there. Chris, I put like I feel like there's like a 95 chance, but like 5% of me thinks that they might not include the hi, I'm Chris. Every New Zealand guy has 2 first names. Yeah, Rogers, Jonathan. I don't know if Rogers is really I guess Roger is a first name, maybe. What if Bex makes a comeback? That'd be kind of wild. Let me cope. I'll cope. There's no way. There's no way. There's. I don't think that's possible. That seems unlikely. I'm not gonna believe in that. I don't think that's gonna be the announcement of the game. Listen, Bex is a pretty big deal for PoE players, but yeah. They think community kind of drive, but yeah, it became a pretty toxic environment with like Reddit and a lot of the how people responded to various nerfs and changes and stuff. It's a free square, just make it Chris / Jonathan. All right, fine. We'll do it. We'll do it that way. We won't. There we go. Okay, the bigger car is despair. It's not despair, guys. It's belief, man. It's belief. Zana reveal? You think they're bringing back Zana in the reveal stream? I feel like that's something that that's going to be introduced as a mystery, like a boss that we don't quite know is Zana, but then we'll find out in game when we're playing it, type of thing. That's cheating. You can't bulletproof the middle square. Okay, fine. Fine. You know what? Fine. All right, are we happy? It's supposed to be a free square anyways. I'm going to say 3 transformations. We've seen Bear. We've seen Wolf in a really, really early iteration. And we had the teaser with the succubus thing. I'm going to say they're going to go over 3 transformations that are possible in PoE 2. Is it bad I want to wait until the release or an all extra house? I just don't think you'll be able to, Sif. I think you're going to see people playing the early access and you're going to log in. I don't understand how anyone will be able to see people playing PoE 2 with the early access and not want to log in. Outside of just downright not being able to afford the $30 key. Being the like a limiting factor type of thing. If you can manage it and wait till the whole time, props to you. But I think that's gonna be hard to pull off. I spent thousands so I could save $30. Yeah. Is it 30 or 60? The packs, they announced the packs start at 30, so I'm guessing the key is going to be the lowest pack will give you the key. And probably along with some MTX and points would be my guess. Is currency exchange going to exist in PoE 2? I believe so. I think they literally did currency exchange in Settlers League to test for PoE 2. The whole thing that prompted the currency exchange conversation was, I think, last Epoch doing their bizarre exchange system or whatever. I think that prompted Jonathan to be like, hey, we probably need to start trying to compete because other people are doing exchange systems. And I think that was part of the reason they did it in PoE 1 was to test. Blasting footage? You think they're going to give us endgame footage? If I include an endgame mapping tab here, would that be the same thing as them including an endgame footage of a character? Or would those be 2 separate things? Should those be 2 separate squares? You guys think they should be 2 separate? I guess it's one thing for them to say, hey, we're going to have mapping and actually showcase an endgame character. All right, we'll say that. Okay, showcase of endgame character. We'll say is there actually a square for showcasing an endgame character? Because that would be sick. You know, they've held out for this long. Headhunter Mageblood? You think Mageblood would have to be changed significantly based on what we've heard about flasks. Better Labyrinth? I'm gonna say new lab for ascendancies. I think it's gonna be a thing like lab, but it'll be significantly different. I'm hoping they have a system like lab for ascendancies. I know you guys always like to joke and say that I'm a lab, like I'm a lab main. I'm not a lab main, okay? But I think it's cool to have a trial of tribulation, something that's difficult for you to do to get a nice big upgrade to your character. I really hope ascendancies aren't just default unlocked as you like go through the campaign without having to do anything separate, because that feels like less of like a you overcome something type of thing. Will you still play if there's no lab? Yes, probably. I want to see it as forced content. I just like the idea of some sort of like hard, difficult thing you have to beat in order to get the power upgrade. We'll see if they actually do it or not, or if they even announce it. What's the benefit of lab maining? You could do it for profit, like reselling the... lab maining hasn't really been a thing since the gem change. I don't know if people even make enough money doing lab maining. I have no idea. But previously, you could do an enchant service where people would give you a helm. They'd say, hey, we'll pay you 10 divines if you go hunt down this enchant for me with my specific helmet base type of thing. Delve revealed. So we bet on mechanics that go core or are going to be added right away. I'm gonna put two new mechanics, not in PoE 1. We've seen Ritual. Yeah, we've seen Ritual. We don't know if that's actually like a mechanic or if it's just like that one zone in Act 1 or whatever, right? Or Act 2, or I don't know what act they showcased it in. PoE 2 VR? I don't know about that one. They reveal that they removed Talisman League. I mean, Talisman League's been gone for a while. the remaining leftover remnant of Talisman League, which was being able to talisman your amulet with Jorgen, they killed. And now the only thing I think I ever see of Talisman at this point is just Eyes of the Great Wolf, which you use until you can afford a simplex, pretty much. Streamer name drop? Like if they mention a streamer in like while they're going over stuff? I think if they're gonna streamer name drop, it would be like Mathel or Ziz or Kriparian. If they were gonna name drop a streamer. I mean, Ziggy D's obviously doing a Q&A afterwards, right? He literally posted on Twitter to give him questions. Ziggy D's doing the interview, yeah. No labs, please. It's not lab. It's different. Guys, it's not lab. It's totally different. Don't worry. It's definitely different. One button builds. You think they'll showcase a one button build? I think one button builds will exist like regardless. They have to, in order for one button builds to not be a thing, they have to make the opportunity cost of the time it takes to set up your combo. They have to make the main that combo have such a massive multiplier for a lot of things, and they have to make singular skills not strong. Like I don't think they could pull that off, and I don't think they even want to. Showcase of a chase item, I like that. Showcase chase unique. Showcase a character with a ton of ES. I don't know if we have one for one endgame character showcase. Square mechanic. Have we even had a square mechanic in PoE 1? We've had a lot of circle mechanics though. Surely they'll showcase us an endgame boss. Ooh, that's a good ask. Showcase of new endgame boss. How would we even know though if it's an endgame boss or not? And skip campaign feature, that is literally never gonna happen. That you could like all but guarantee is not gonna happen. Synth was a square mechanic. Yeah, I guess because you had like the tiles where you socketed them in to travel out to the various nodes. The whole game seems just to be the campaign. Well, they've only just showcased various things. Like they're like, hey, this is the monk. This is some monk skills. This is the witch. This is some witch skills. And they've only have given people short play tests. I guess there's the NDA play test. I don't know how much people could go, how deep people could go with that. I gotta know what to call blank per second so they better reveal Shaper. So we have Shaper per second DPS. You think you're gonna get there on the day one, on the early access, Connor? You think we're gonna be reaching millions or even billions of DPS? A skip campaign would make me empty my wallet to GG. Is not happening. They're just not gonna give you a skip campaign. The new Leech equation. I doubt they're gonna have a reveal stream where it showcases like in-depth mechanic mathematics. I don't think that would be something they would show. If I do, I'm gonna hide it hard. You think you're gonna make it all the way to the full reveal? More bag space? I don't think they're changing inventory space. I think they're happy with the bag space. I think they're happy with the amount of item slots. I think we already know this. Like the flask aura stuff's gone. Like just gone, right? Is that too obvious as like a free square based on like what we've seen? You're showing some mega expensive MTX. Oh, do we want to bet on purchasable Valdo box for creatable unique 10k USD? What do you guys think? They sent out these Valdo boxes to streamers. You gonna be 5k or 2k? I don't know, man. You think they would actually they did this before? I feel like didn't they do like this where they sold div cards and then they sold uniques or whatever? And previously when they did it, they were like that was a bad idea. That created a lot of work and it ultimately like I feel like that they were like we're not gonna do something like that again. So this feels kind of cope or like way out there. Or if they did it, they would make the price really high. Did you get a Valdo box, Lance? Not in the mail yet. Somebody from GGG messaged me asking for my address, but whether or not they sent me something, I don't know. I haven't gotten anything in the mail. They barely want to do race uniques. Why would they want to do more? Yeah, this seems kind of unlikely. But the same thing is like they did send out those Valdo boxes to streamers. Like at the same time, like even though it's like work or whatever, you also get a lot of good ideas too, right? Like a lot of the good uniques, like cool things that have been made, you're like farming ideas, kind of, right? Like coming up with a cool idea for something isn't necessarily easy. Rebel Dragonbang, Nimbus. Yeah, there's a lot of good examples of uniques that have some really cool potential that were created by various people, right? I thought Subtract would have been better at opening his box. Subtract him? I haven't watched any of the people open their boxes just in case I am getting sent the box so I can do it fresh. I know roughly that Subtracting took 3 hours, or people were saying he took 3 hours, which sounded better than a lot of the other people that did it. I don't know. I'm probably going to be trash at opening that box. I have no idea what to expect. There's a Reddit thread that said people waited 1 year for their hoodie t-shirt. Can't wait to watch you take 2 weeks. Yeah, we'll see how long it takes. And my axe. You, Benzonia, appreciate the sub, dude. Tai already opened 10 boxes. Yeah, he's speedrunning it. I'd say Percival Valdo box. Yeah, it could be. It could be without the creatable unique. The thing is, okay. Maybe we take off the creatable unique because there's no way, right? There's no shot they do this again. Right? It seems pretty far-fetched. I'm gonna leave it on there, actually. No. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it on there. I'll leave it. Div cards instead. Yeah, div card is way lower work for them, probably. And has less impact on the game overall. Yeah, okay. We'll change this to we'll change this to div card. We'll change it to div card. That seems more plausible of a thing they could do. A div card's a thing in PoE too. One of the people who got a box had their reward was a creatable div card, so I think they are. Basically, there were people that got boxes, and we know that people got creatable unique and creatable div card. Hey Ashton, how you doing? New game launcher? Nah, that's kind of boring. I thought div cards were the same as div. When I first played, I thought I was rich. Yeah. No, there's a lot of div cards that are completely worthless. Nintendo Switch release? No, I don't think so, guys. Magic Find? Magic Find, I think, is going to be rarity. I think rarity will be in PoE too. I think the killing quant but keeping rarity was their subtle. But you know what? I'm gonna dream and I'm gonna hope. And MF completely gone and Poe to I'm gonna dream, because honestly, screw MF. Let's believe in something. GG guys love MF. They do. Barbarous, they do. But I'm gonna dream. I'm gonna be a little bit delusional. I obviously have RF reveal and still good on here, so I'm clearly already cooked. Custom loot filter? I don't think they're gonna customize loot filter. The same reason I don't think they're gonna do customized loot filters. The same reason I don't think they're gonna do POB in game is they've literally already said there's people doing it and they're doing a good job for free. Why would we pay people to do it too? You know, I feel like it's not gonna happen. Secondary color black so it gets black. Oh, thanks. It's good to know. Filter Blade RAS PoE2 added. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna give us in-game filters or any of that stuff. Death recap. They've been really stubborn about a death recap for a while. Yeah. I don't care too much about the death recap, but I know a lot of people care about it. We'll put it on here. I don't think that's happening, though. I really don't think that's happening. How many base league mechanics do you think that we'll get? Base league mechanics. That's a good thing. We can put that out there. How many base league mechanics do we have in PoE currently? Would you count this as like 10? Heist 11? Is Heist even on here? Heist is on here, right? I'm gonna say 5 base mechanics at launch. Let's say 5. Ascendancy classes aren't done yet? How do you know? You got a source? I haven't heard anything about ascendancy classes. But I'm dreaming about the 18 ascendancies. You got inside info? Yeah, you got information. Ascendancy's not done? Is this the despair? The despair box? No ascendancies? No, there's no way. There's no way. I refuse. No. I don't want to put that on my board. It's too depressing. I thought there was one necessity per class. I don't know where that information came from, though. Quite frankly, I don't really know where the information for the 6 class thing came either. When they tease some stuff, they said that there will be ascendancies. Okay, you guys, where's the information where you got 1 ascendancy per class? Because I have heard people say that. No movement speed increases? That's not going to be the case. The playtest movement speed can roll on boots, so movement speed is definitely still accessible. 6 classes was here from Twitter. Based on like somebody doing a login screen from like a playtest. Like this is like when I did the playtest, these were the classes available, I'm pretty sure. Or close to this. I don't think that means there's only 6 classes necessarily. The 6 class thing I thought was from an interview with the console guy or something. The PC Gamer article, yeah, that's the thing, right? That was from the video yesterday. Oh, was it? What classes are those then? The video they posted yesterday. They have Ranger, Shadow, Marauder. I'm guessing this would be Duelist, Witch, Sorceress. Can't really tell, to be honest. Look at the Path of Exile 2 website. All right, we'll pull it up. Mercenary, Monk, Warrior. Doesn't even look like Monk, though. No in strength class? Yeah, that'd be kind of wild. I mean, these are the freaking ones they've showcased. The ones they haven't showcased are like the Marauder, Templar. A lot of the base classes are the ones they haven't showcased. Okay, yeah, it is the 5-second. Strengthen is left out as straight criminal. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense though. Why would they not include one of the base attribute categories? Because this looks like Sorceress, Witch. That looks like Shadow. That does not look like the Mercenary to me. I guess it could be the Mercenary or the Duelist. This looks like Marauder. This looks like Ranger. No strength would be super weird, yeah. Which sorcerers are the same class? They're the same. They have the same starting position. I think they also talked about, depending on your class, some of the starting nodes could change, I think. When's the reveal? In a couple hours. It's 12 o'clock PST. It's 3 o'clock my time. 2 hours. 6 services, 12 classes, yeah. It's because they couldn't hang the Templar because his feet wouldn't have left the ground. Yeah. Well, wonder what new ascendancy classes the witch will have. I think new ascendancy witch classes will be a summoner type class, and I think maybe something related to like that freaking transformation, maybe. I saw they said starting points are different for every class. Even if you path there as another class, nodes will be different. Yeah, they said something along those lines. Strengthen class in, yeah, let's put it in there. Surely they have one of each. It would not make sense to just not have one of each. Come on, surely not. I want to see the tree. What are the crafts to do the instack simplex? If you go to the video where I put on the simplex, the first video, not the most recent RF video, but the second most recent RF video, there's a link in the description to Awaken Orb crafting, as well as a link to the VOD when I craft it. Basically, you make it a magic base with %int, and then you use the beast lock with extra bases to check outcomes until you hit. Free access for Mount Bay could be a square. Is that not already like a confirmed thing? Is there anything I needed to know before Morgan and splitting? You just need to assemble bases to check the outcomes. That's the main thing. You need bases, and you need. I would make a safety imprint for your simplex base in case you accidentally click, and then just have extra bases to check each time. Timeless jewels are gone. Probably. RF has a cooldown. Don't say that. No cooldown. No duration. Please don't. Gem levels seem way more common. Yeah, gem levels are probably just also less powerful, would be my guess. Why would they remove them? So they can use the concept of them in another place, potentially? I don't know. There's also, like, no jewel sockets on the tree we've seen, right? I'm gonna put that on there. Isn't that the most recent tree picture we've seen? Is there weren't any jewel sockets on the tree? I could see it being a duration skill. Stop. No, don't say things like that. Don't say things like that. The poison boss? I mean, I thought of you. Oh, was it the the Viper Ocelotl lady or whatever? The poison lady with the snakes? Sockets and items for jewels and runes? I could see that. Arv got changed. Can I see if a source? They didn't explicitly say it got changed. What happened is there was an MTX question that Gazzy asked, and Jonathan, with his answer, he says the skill might be so different you don't recognize it, and he used Righteous Fire in the example, not necessarily saying it 100% was changed, but hopefully he was just randomly thinking of a skill, and that's the skill he thought of, even if it's not necessarily one that they were changing. But Arv is a mini now? Don't say that. What's the patch? Probably for them adding the MTX or whatever. Cat's missing, sorry. You're over here. I need to figure out a good way to add it without just, like, pulling you guys over to the screen. Arv is spawned by a tertiary tornado shopper. Shut up, Connor. You're just trying to say bad things. You're trying to make me sad. Transformations. Succubus. Bear. Wolf. I mean, we've seen Wolf. Is Wolf too samey as Bear, though? I'm gonna say tree. I'm gonna say tree. Roa, cat, giraffe. Templar will be one of the Druid's transformations. Yeah, the neck just increases in length when you transform as your power grows. That was hinted for Huntress a long time ago. Well, way back when they had the showcase where they showcased Wolf, they showcased Cat, and like who knows if that's stuff they scrapped or they kept or not, right? All classes can mount. The mount thing is tied to a skill, isn't it? It's tied to like the summon Roa or something. I don't freaking know. Inspecting players in town. Ooh, I like that. That sounds pretty legit. Inspect players in town. DPS dummy? I don't know if they're gonna do DPS dummy. DPS dummy, I'll put that next to death recap. Because those are kind of the same category for me, which is like information that I don't think they're going to take the time to give us in game. Better tooltip? I think that's already something they've said they're trying to do, is have the tooltip be more accurate. Inspecting town would be sick. Yeah, being able to see what other people are using, going through. They said go find a boss or something when asked about a DPS dummy. That's my solution. I get out White Minotaur. That's my go-to DPS test. Is my White Minotaur. Hey, Neoxys, how you doing, man? Lemur transformation? Ooh, yeah, like a gorilla or a monkey or something. That'd be kind of neat. I don't know. We'll see. The succubus thing seems likely. The bear is like 100%. Probably maybe wolf. I'm putting tree on here because I kind of like treant type things. I think those are cool. Race for first Uber kill. I like that. Race event for first endgame boss kill. First HC. I hope they do something like that. Infinite Mind, appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support. HD's gonna be rough early? Yeah, we don't know what's gonna be like, because no one's gonna know what freaking's going on. HD deaths are permanent? Yep. He would insta blacklist Aegis tricksters. That's not true, okay? Just because they made the wrong decision of putting Aegis on a trickster doesn't mean they can't be saved, okay? They want RF to feel similar, but also combo with other stuff. 43? What video is that from? Matadar? Can you post links on YouTube? Does it let you? Or no? I don't know how YouTube chat works versus Twitch chat. Spawn and hideout on login? Nah, I don't think they'll do that. That would be kind of nice though. New currency run deep dive? Oh, like going over the currencies? All crafting / currency changes revealed. Give us just the full rundown of all the different orbs and where everything is. Currency exchange? I think currency exchange is guaranteed, I think. Cosmetic preview in game. Preview of cosmetics in game. That might be smart to implement for selling MTX, but I don't know if they would do. I don't know if they would have done that or not. Scarab rework? I don't even know if we're gonna have scarabs. Scarabs, I think, is a reach. I don't know if that's something they're gonna have on release. Goblin trope MTX? Don't say that. Nope. Don't say that. No goblin trope, please. It's the Crip interview. Okay, I'll look it up. So we'll take a look-see. Crip Jonathan interview. I'm assuming it's with Jonathan, right? This one? 43 mark? Righteous Fire. Oh, there literally is. I didn't even know this happened. Hold on. Let's examine.
I have a few questions about specific skills. Now, there's been a lot of new skills highlighted, a lot of combination of skills, a lot of skill modification with a few of the supports you've highlighted. But there are a few skills in PoE 1 that I feel have kind of become the game for some players.
Yep.
So I wanted to kind of point those out, and if you can, maybe mention if there will be a skill like it in PoE 2. So first up on the list, as probably many people might expect me to ask you, is Righteous Fire. Will we have a Righteous Fire in PoE 2?
There will be Righteous Fire.
Will it work
exactly identically? No, but ideally...
Not! No! What do you mean not exactly identically?
It should feel like the same type of thing, and the flavor of Righteous Fire should all
same type of thing?
Completely.
Don't change it, Jonathan.
Do it in a way
it's
where it
perfect.
Has interesting combos with it, has interesting mechanics that can work alongside it, and so on. So, yeah, like absolutely, there will be Righteous Fire, and ideally there should be any kind of really iconic thing from PoE 1, like any kind of iconic skill. We will really need to find a place for it in PoE 2 as well.
A place for it, yeah, iconic place for it. That same type of thing, Jonathan. What are you saying? There's no way. There's no way they changed it. Okay. This was 10 months ago, okay? He had 10 months to reconsider. I'm sticking with my original thing, which is they will reveal it, and it's still good, okay? It's still good. It's still a thing. Let me believe. Trade built into game. That'd be big. That'd be big. I'll dream. I'll dream a little bit with you. I like where your head's at. I like what you're thinking. Trey's gonna be on the website. I think we can dream big here a little bit. We gotta cope on some squares, guys. We gotta cope. RF has increased life cost, so will degen eventually. Don't say things like that. It will not have an aura effect. If they get rid of the 40% more spell damage, I'm fine with that. I'm very, very okay with that. I'm just hoping it's still a skill that you can, kill monsters with. That you don't activate for a duration or a cooldown. Why do people, when they say it's been changed, come up with like the worst sounding thing ever? What if we just make it so the skill only has a duration, or it's on cooldown, or you can only have it temporarily? Like, let's just remove the best part about it. The fact it's permanent. I could see a Plague Bearer type RF. And how many people use Plague Bearer? Even on poison builds. Please no. Just let it be RF. Let it be what it is. Nova skill that you cast around. You don't say things like that. RF reveal, still good, guys. Still good. This square is basically a free square, okay? It's going to be the case. It's RF, but it has pushback. So, like, it pushes enemies out of the radius. Shut up. You're banned from suggestions. You need to build righteous stacks in order to click it. And then once you press the button, it starts draining until it runs out. Don't, guys, why are your options always just make it worse? Why are those your options? Make it like unfun worse. Only active while standing still. You guys are just coming up with terrible ideas. I don't like your guys' ideas at all. We hate RF players. That's not cool. That is not cool. RF players are nice people. Yo, Beckel Spy, appreciate the sub. Thanks for the support. Make it a channeling skill, also not cool. We don't want to downgrade the perfection that is Righteous Fire into Cyclone, guys. That sounds lame. I hope RF adds damage to projectiles that pass through it like Firewall. That would be the ultimate, like, downgrade of a skill. They take away its ability to do damage. They take away its synergy with spells. And then next thing I know, there's freaking Tornado Shot Deadeyes running around with Righteous Fire, desecrating my once perfect skill to see Deadeyes running around with it. Oh, I'd be... that would be like the worst possible outcome. Just freaking completely desecrated. Not only did they kill the skill, but they gave it to my enemy. Hey, you keep Cyclone out of this, and it will be good. Cyclone's dunzo, baby. They replaced it with Whirling Wind, or I don't know what that skill the monk has, but it kind of looks like Cyclone. Are drops on? They will be if you're watching in Twitch on my stream, I believe. Any stream that is streaming the PoE 2 category should work. But it's not going to start until like the reveal stream. I would imagine. Watch them change the shape of RF into a square or a triangle. I would be okay with that, as long as it still does the thing it does right now, which is it burns you for based on your HP amount, and it burns the enemies around you based on your HP amount, and you have to overcome that degen. If it's he said he was changing it, though. Hopefully the way they're changing it was by deleting Fire Trap. Wait a second. That interview was 10 months ago. How long ago did they change Righteous Fire to not scale with the gem levels? Wait a minute. Maybe that's the change they made in PoE 1 and they just, 323 was when they did this change. 323. Hey, that's basically 10 months. Maybe what happened was before they did this patch where they changed RF, he was talking about the fact that they made it in PoE 2. It's all based on your HP and there's no gem level scaling because that's lame anyways. Wait, no, that's correct. That's about 10 months ago. That's pretty close to correct. It's pretty close to correct. You now need to combine those to activate RF every 8 seconds. No, stop saying it's not. They're not turning Righteous Fire into a combo skill, okay? It will remain pure. It will remain pure. What if it becomes like Plague Bearer? Alright, I'm just gonna put this at the top, just so everybody's clear, okay? Not Plague Bearer. Not cooldown. Not duration based. No knockback. Just real righteous fire, okay? Make the text a little bit smaller so it fits a little bit better. What did I do? What have I done? There we go. I can see it becoming an aura. Don't say things like that. It reserves spirit now. Nope. Nope. I'll add that in. Not an aura. Can't read it. That's okay. The important part is the text is there. RF is dead. Get over it. It's not dead. It's not dead. There is no way. Also, I'm gonna add into this to the side notes here. Works with CI now, so that way with my CI Eldritch Battery Mind Over Matter build, I can still click RF. Perfection. Everyone seems to think the PoE1 builds will work in PoE 2. I think they want to come up with new builds, so they nerfed all the 0 to 1 click builds out of spite. I don't think they nerfed anything out of spite. I don't think it's necessarily like builds aren't even gonna be the same, like at all. Like trees changing, classes are changing. Everything's changing. There's nothing's gonna be like necessarily just it's not gonna be like you're gonna make an Arc Witch in PoE 1 and 1-to-1 you can make the exact same build because the whole tree's different, whole classes are different, everything's different, right? New endgame besides map. 2 endgame options. Second endgame option. That isn't maps. What do I think about poison dot builds? I'm talking about PoE 1. They're decent. Probably the strongest ailment, a dot ailment, stronger than bleed, stronger than poison, or stronger than ignite generally. Talking about PoE 2, I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Zana is back. All right, that it's been mentioned enough times. Fine. We'll say Zana is back. We can dream. And my axe, appreciate the sub. Slover Drive, appreciate you. When will the stream start? In an hour and a half. In an hour and a half, roughly. An option to skip the campaign when you already completed it. There is no way. I think when Jonathan answered that question, he's gonna be it's a cold day in hell or whatever. They're not giving the campaign skip. I don't think they're ever giving the campaign skip. There's a lot of things I don't think they're gonna do. That is at like the absolute top of the list of things I don't think they're gonna do. New bandits. I mean, throughout the campaign, there's gonna be various permanent buffs you get from doing stuff. We already saw that, right? Like they showcased it when they killed certain bosses and stuff. You get certain stats. So there's probably going to be something, a system like that. I don't know if it's going to be bandits though, where you have to choose something. Campaign once per season. Yeah, I don't think they're going to give the campaign once per season thing. Cyclone reveal. There's only one skill I care enough about putting by itself on the list of things to get revealed, and that's RF. Cyclone, they might reveal, but I don't personally have as much vested interest as I do in RF. TS reveal? No, don't say TS. Triatrude's dead. I mean, all the builds you think of in PoE 1, you don't necessarily know if they're going to exist or not going to exist based on, we don't know the tree, we don't know the unique items, all that sort of stuff. I would assume everything's dead until you can make it work in PoE 2. Everything that you know in PoE 1 in terms of what build is good is not necessarily going to be true to PoE 2. We can choose attributes now. Yep. Attributes are, from what I can tell, harder to get in terms of like you get less per stat, not necessarily like, and they're more powerful. Like they do more per stat. So 5 dex gives the same as like 10 dex used to type of thing, but you only get 5 dex on your travel node. RF combined with explosive mode, discharge one shot. Well, that doesn't make any sense though. Like if you're gonna make a discharge skill, just make discharge. Why take the skill people like and turn it into a skill that no one really cares about, or a skill people care about a lot less? Legacy Shaper's Touch are back. I like that. Not Shaper's Touch necessarily. I like the idea of Shaper being back though. I can also just put legacy bosses. I'll just say some legacy bosses being back. Sounds cool. King's Rush going core in PoE 1? That's not happening. I don't think that's happening at all. Official leaderboards? Have they had leaderboards previously? What would the leaderboards be? Like, there's leaderboards for already that exist in PoE 1 right now, with like the Delve leaderboard or like the people who level first, right? Like the XP leaderboard. What power creep level are we starting from? If we had to go back, Marcus, I would guess it would be from, I would think maybe before I started playing PoE. I would think like, I don't know what power creep existed when we got ascendancies. How power creep certain things were. But if they're going to have ascendancies in PoE 2, that's obviously a starting point of power, right? Chris finally takes Harvest out back. Yeah, I don't think Harvest is going to exist. I'm gonna have the power creep reduction list. Do a separate. Let's just use as like a separate little list, not a part of the bingo. But just a list of things that I think aren't gonna survive, or they're gonna be gone. Stuff that has been gradually added over time to PoE that aren't gonna exist anymore, I don't think. Watcher's Eyes, probably. Influenced gear, just as a whole. Aura, curse scaling. Just not even have those sorts of nodes on the tree. We've already seen curse stuff on the tree, though, haven't we? I don't know if we've seen aura stuff. We haven't seen very much about auras to begin with. Essence Craft is so good. Why remove it? Because it's so good. I think they want to start on a fresh slate of power creep. So I think stuff that's powerful for crafting, I think they'll remove. Also, part of the whole, if we're gonna try to make drops on the ground valuable thing, you have to make it so you can't just take a base off the ground and turn it into a mere tier item. Which right now you can do that in PoE. You can grab literally just a white base off the ground, and you can take it from that to being a completely perfect item with crafting currency. Which I think that's going to be part of it. Chaos Orb crafting, well, they're going to change some of the currencies, but I think initially it's going to start out a lot weaker. And the stuff, I think they're going to probably end up re-adding things back or adding new crafting currencies, but I think they're going to start at a low point intentionally. Is bench even a thing? I don't know. I think they might give us bench, but I think if they give us bench, no meta mods, and weaker bench. I think they might give us bench with just way weaker options for it. Does the second end game include heist or delve? Yeah. If they have a delve system on launch. I hope Recombinators say, but I'm fine if they adjust how exclusive mods work. Recombinators in PoE 1, I don't know. That's a maybe, but I kind of doubt Recombinators. I mean, they're not even technically officially like permanent in PoE 1, right? Bench wasn't OP until Betrayal. I think bench as a whole, if you have meta mods, is OP. Being able to craft suffixes can't be changed, prefixes can't be changed, can't roll caster, can't roll attack, those sorts of mods, those are extremely powerful. I think it's one of the most important, powerful crafting tools we have in terms of creating a very strong item. Because what those things are is they're an access to a save state on an item. Which I think save states on items gone. That's basically what I'm saying when I say no meta mods. I think they're getting rid of save states. The part where you get to protect your perfect couple affixes and continue to expand on them until you have more perfect affixes. I feel like metamods are powerful, but without it, crafting's pretty good at it mechanically. Well, that's the thing, I don't know. This is just a theory. I feel like they want to start with initially reducing the power creep a ton. I think that also there's a good chance they re-add these things later on, but I feel like they're going to start out at a pretty rough power level in terms of crafting. That's just a guess. I don't know what they're going to actually do. This is just my freaking guesses. Do we know if we have a bunch of PO2? We don't. No, I have no idea. I feel like I've heard multiple different things. There is going to be a bench. There isn't going to be a bench. I don't freaking know. My theory is if there is a bench, it's going to be no meta mods, and the mods you can craft are just weaker. Grab all the gear I need on Necro Sellers I needed and used all my currency reroll. Turns out I forgot to buy it and like just go with -1 aura initially. Or grab a cheap reservation cluster and lose a couple passives. Do you think there will be a workbench? I think they'll give us a bench and I think it'll be weak. That's my theory. Essence should be a one-time craft. They could do that, a weaker version of essences. Where they like... Oh, that's right, because what they could do is they could do no scours, right? They could do no scours. Essence only on normal items. Like if they want to keep essences, they could do that. So you can't like revert back to... Can't revert to white items. Really nice bingo cards on faces. Do you think it's decent? We'll see how it turns out. Essence will likely be remove a mod, add the essence mod. Somebody already suggested that. Remove a mod, add essence mod. That sounds extremely strong. If you guarantee get the essence mod while just removing one of the mods in the item. If they did that, they would for sure make it so you couldn't have multiple essence mods on the item, right? Otherwise, you could literally just make a 6 essence mod item by just keep spamming essences on it. That'd be kind of a buff. Yeah, that would make essence stronger than they already are. 5-to-1 recipe will stick. Maybe 5-to-1 could work. But I think what they want to do is they want to stop the scenario where you take a white item and you can guarantee continue to recraft continuously on it, spam it until you have a perfect item type of thing. Are we high on copium? I'm high on copium about RF reveal. Other stuff I'm just throwing out random guesses on things. Less tiers of affixes? I doubt it. I think the amount of tiers and the setup they have for affix ranges and stuff, I think that is perfection, honestly. I think they did really well with item crafting in PoE 1 in terms of like what you can do. My hunch is just I think they're going to revert the power just so they start us at a low point and then they're going to expand on it over time. That's my guess. LFC changes the damage conversion. It's kind of odd that it's not possible to convert anything to anything. Damage conversion changes. That could be possible. I mean, the damage conversion thing's based on the code, how they coded PoE 1. That could be something new. I mean, they started at like, for example, I feel like initially there wasn't any like sources of like converting of dots, and then they started to add things that could convert dots. So maybe they'll change stuff like conversions. We know they're changing conversions. There you go. We know it apparently. They already speak to tiers being less. Less tiers means wider range, and then divines would need to be used more. Maybe. I have no idea, to be honest. There's a lot of like interviews that I've watched and forgotten, or only remember bits and pieces, or I've heard things from people in chat that maybe knew what they're talking about, or maybe didn't know what they're talking about. I have no clue. It's used as an aura for spell damage increased. Don't shut up. They're not gonna just ruin RF for the thing people love it for. There's no way. No awakened gems? Probably not. That's a good point. Yeah, no awakened gems. That's a good point. No tattoos. A mirror service board? I don't know if they would make that in game or something. I think Mark personally wants to do something that depreciates the need to do like TFT to mirror service things type of thing, but that's something that's PoE 1, and I don't know what they're going to be doing for PoE 2 with mirror things and whatnot. No quality for gems? I think they'll probably still have gem quality. Like, you need gem cutters for something, right? Unless they just get rid of gem cutters. You think they're just getting rid of gem cutter? I guess they could just get rid of gem cutters if they're trying to reduce the currencies. I mean, have we seen gem cutters at all? No levels for support gems? I think that's true, right? Oh, that was confirmed? Oh, okay. We'll put it on there. No forbidden jewels? That's probably true. No 5th ascendancy slot. I'll just put that next to Watcher's Eye. It's kind of the same thing. Powerful, unique drop. That's the jewel slot. No annoyance, that's a good one. No annoyance probably going to be one of the things that's not in there anymore. Abyss jewels? Probably not. I mean, the thing is, like, the Abyss jewels is based on this. Is like, there might be gem sockets and items now, which maybe that could mean Abyss jewels. Abyss jewels is based on whether or not Abyss is a mechanic as a whole, which I don't even know if that's going to be the case. Eldritch explicits? That's influence gear. Here, I'll put that next to influence gear so it's more obvious. Just put this all together. No Eldritch synth influenced. Fracture, probably also no. Fract. Is enough space? There we go. Fits. No double crop? Yeah. That's power creep. No double crop. Probably gone. Vendor recipes? I think there's going to be vendor recipes. Probably. White sockets? I mean, that's already... We already know there's going to be white sockets for stuff. Fossil crafting, I have... Oh, I guess I removed it when I did the essence thing. This is assuming delve. This is assuming essence. These could just also just not exist, right? But we've seen essences, right? Have we? I feel like we maybe have. I don't know. And Jonathan talked about delve as like a thing that they're probably going to have. All I'm worried about is RF. Same. Val skills gone. I think Val skills are still going to exist, but we could put that on there. Nah, I don't. Val skills would probably still exist, right? Val orbs exist. There's still going to be Val. There's still going to be Val skills. Fishing reveal, not a chance. I'm expecting a brand new mechanic, non-PoE1, to be showed off to get people hyped. Yeah, that's one of the things we have on here. 2 new map mechanics, non-PoE1. There's going to be... I'm hoping for new things. Level 21 gems gone. I think Val Orb's still going to exist. So I think 21 gems still going to be a thing, or a Val version of gems still going to be a thing. Because Val Orb definitely still exists. Val Orb's one of the best currencies they have in PoE1. I don't think they want to... And it's a very high risk reward thing too. What happened if they remove Delve? Would Steve do something? He'd probably do something else. I mean, before Delve, Steve did other things, right? He grinded like the character limit of level 100 characters. Rework to charges. We already kind of know this, right? That is a thing, I think. We already know that's a thing. For unrelated, but do you think normal settlers or necro settlers has more people playing trade right now? I would say probably necro settlers, but I don't know. It's probably a mix of both. They've added iframes, the dodge roll. I think the iframe thing is just based on things that aren't like slams. Like you can use it for projectiles, right? But you can't use it for a slam that's coming down on top of you. Will charges get stronger in a sense? Charges as we know them, I think, are different, basically. Maybe like they've showcased the Falling Thunder monk ability where you do the slam and then it shoots out like way harder right than before. I don't know if this is necessarily power creep reduction, but it's just a difference, right? It's just a change. So if they don't give you a passive benefit, that's like it's just different. I don't know. It probably doesn't fit on this list correctly, but it's I don't know where else. I'm just gonna put it on here because it's definitely a thing that's changing, right? Flask or Oregon, you put that on the bingo. What does that mean? Currently, the way flasks are used is basically you have a bunch of utility flasks that give you a passive benefit. They're essentially auras. They're giving you a powerful passive benefit. You know, Mage Blood or use when full with gain charges on being hit. You don't click them, you don't use them, or like interact with them. They just automatically happen. That stuff is gone, I think. That's what that means, at least. There are no clusters? We don't know. Based on the most recent tree I've seen, I didn't see any jewel sockets on it, and this is just a guess on... I probably should write this out. This is just my speculation of stuff I think they're going to do in terms of reducing power. I'm pretty sure I recall Ziz mentioning there's no utility flask anymore. At least in the playtest we did, there weren't really utility flasks that I even found, right? I think it's just they're gone as a whole, probably. There was more recently people mentioned about some sort of charm thing, but I don't know. My guess is it's just the way flasks are right now is they're either on or they're not on, and they're a passive benefit, and I think that's dunzo. You only realize that GGG needs to remove things at the start for us to get power creep over the next 10 years. Yeah, well, that's my theory on why they're doing it, is so that way when they can add new things and they can feel like they still have some control or idea of what power level things are. The stronger things are, the more levers you can pull, the harder it is to have any idea of control or balance of stuff. And I think they want to have some ability to start out at some level of balanced point. And to make that more plausible to happen, I think removing a lot of the power stuff is a way to do that. Oh, they removed them when flasks are one of the worst things about PvE1? Yeah, they're a bit scuffed, right? More different the two games are, the better. It'll feel the jump between the two different leagues, yeah. Have some variation on it. Do we really think GG will be talking all about things being removed in the video? Seems more like a forum post that would be put out. We don't freaking know. These are just guesses of stuff that they might like showcase or reveal. I think they're gonna have a lot of stuff for the reveal stream. Like all we've seen are basically like 1 or 2 minute clips and then interviews. But they have the chance to actually showcase different things. I think they're gonna give us a lot of info here. I could be wrong though. I think they're going to give us a lot of info, but maybe restrict passive tree / information that would allow you to like plan a build. Think there'll be patch notes? I don't think there'll be patch notes. Maybe there would be, but I don't think so. I think they're gonna not give us stuff that would allow us to plan a build. Walls is gonna be hard to get used to. I have no idea. Haven't tested it, but yeah, it sounds like it'd be a different feeling for keybinds. I'm good with minimal heads up leading into launch. Oh yeah, just everybody else knowing what the hell's going on. I think that's what they're gonna shoot for. We'll see though. Special auction house for trading items. This is the bingo board here. Trade entirely built in game, not just stackables. That's like that's a big maybe, right? I'm gonna go refill my water real quick, guys. Give me one moment. I will be right back shortly. I need some water. Okay, I've returned. Has no self-control. I have plenty of self-control. It's fine. 9 minutes until the campfire hat. Let's get the hype going. We're not watching the campfire chat, guys. It's just not happening. Okay, it's just not happening. There's gonna be no. I just don't care about D4 at all. There's a reason when D4 launched, I was probably one of the only PvE streamers not playing it because it just doesn't look good to me. No snacks. Who are you? About that no snack thing. I may or may not have grabbed a cheese stick. Sneaky? I'm not. There was no sneaking, guys. I wasn't hiding nothing. Eating pure cheese, dude. I'm a cheese addict, 100%. It's one of those things where I don't know if I'd have the ability to give it up ever. Oh, I freaking love cheese so much. Which class will you play so far? Based on what I've seen? Well, okay, I'd want to play a strength-in class. I don't know if there's going to be a strength-in class. Based on, they said Druid, or we saw something that said Druid wasn't going to be in it. And Druid was the only strength-in class that they've showcased so far. Like, if they showcase a strength-in class, that's probably what I want to do. But if that doesn't exist... I would be tempted to do like a transformation build, like if the succubus thing is a warlock or a witch build or something. I don't know. When I was losing weight, literally 50% of my daily calories went into cheese. Dude, cheese is fantastic, dude. You've stolen snacks at least once from one of the kids. No. False. I have on many occasions eaten their snacks when they clearly did not want them, okay? And somebody had, like they left them somewhere and they didn't eat it, That has happened, but I don't take it out of their hands while they're eating it, okay? I'm not an animal. For sure, bro. It's true. It's true. You gotta believe me. Want is, it might seem like it's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but it's true. Okay, it's true. Have they been audited by a third party? They don't need to be. I audited them already. Okay, it's fine. Me snacking isn't on the bingo board. Well, we already filled out the free square, guys. We already got hi, I'm Jonathan. How did you convince them they don't want the stance? I don't know. They just didn't eat it. This guy's items stink. Well, he's probably like a level 30 character, right? There's a couple of level 30 items, which that's requirement based on, I think, the bases or based on the rolls. Dual katana class? Hell yeah. Cloak of Flame looks so cool, it does, but it doesn't even, they don't have the artwork on the character. So they must not have had the Cloak of Flame artwork done when they did this post, but yeah, that looks pretty legit. The artwork on stuff looks so freaking cool. I think that's one of my favorite things about the changes they're doing is the in-game art and the freaking item preview art too. You wouldn't catch me dead with magic items at level 30? You might in PoE too. Depends on what currency you have available to make items and stuff. This is twink leveling gear right now at level 30 maybe, for all we know. Even the non-unique items look great. Oh yeah. It's no longer the, hey, you're level 68 and you look like you're wearing a trash can situation. Like, stuff looks legit. I think the 2D art looks bad. Really? You think it looks bad? I think it looks so good. I like the 2D art they have for stuff. I thought we only had 2 flash slots. That's more recent information. This site, this has been on the site for like over a year. This gear preview. The Flash 2DR? Oh, yeah. No one likes the Flash 2DR. Everybody's been being like... I've heard that a lot of times is the Flash. They don't like the Flash 2, the 2DR. That's been consistent the entire time. And my axe. Yo, Scooty. Appreciate the prime sub, man. They're going to announce that the beta has been delayed. No, don't say things like that. There's no way. We find out what's new? I'm hoping so. I have like 5 squares dedicated to endgame stuff. Legacy bosses, new mechanics, at least 5 base mechanics at launch, endgame mapping system, a second endgame option. A lot of my squares are dedicated to endgame stuff. I think crafting regular look will be like last epoch, no wisdom scrolls, as everything is ID'd, and the crafting system is very mainstreamed. I don't think that's gonna happen at all, Porphy. Like the crafting system at last epoch personally, I think is just way, way inferior to PoE. I'm super biased, like 100% giga biased, but I think it's gonna be more simplified because they're removing. I think they're gonna remove a lot of this stuff just because they're gonna remove power, but I don't think it's gonna be like. I don't think it's gonna still be anywhere close to as simple as Last Epoch's is, where it's just like upgrade, upgrade, upgrade on the stat you want, right? I don't think they're gonna give that sort of control. Are they gonna stream PoE 2 on release? I'll stream PoE 2 on release. The official PoE channel doesn't usually stream any. They do like the announcement streams where they showcase like the new stuff, but they don't stream the game itself though. I think it'd be like more like Last Epoch Start. Yeah, I think it's definitely gonna be a reduction in like the complexities of stuff we could do. We'll see what it ends up being like. That's what this power creep reduction list is basically. His assumptions on that. LA crafting is why I did not get hooked on the game at all. Yeah, it's for me it's just too simple, too basic. It's just it's mainly the thing is you're farming until you get the perfect base or whatever to drop, and then it's just an auto win basically after that, kind of is how it works. I'm confident there will be a ton of death. Yeah. I mean, what have we seen so far on crafting currencies? PoE 2 currencies. Anyone made a video just about PoE 2 currencies? Hating the currency changes. The first video I look up for PoE 2 currency. Yo, man, screw these changes. All you need to know about crafting in Path of Exile 2. This stuff's like kind of funny about these like sorts of videos that are like saying this is what you need to know about crafting. It's like we don't even really know anything about crafting. We know what some of the orbs do. Well, that's about it, right? Well, let me turn off the background user music.
How's it going, guys? With the launch of Path of Exile 2 into early access
Hater bait
on the
click,
15th of
yeah.
November, the amount of information of
Alright, skip the intro.
are not returning at all.
Confirmed not returning Scour, Chrome, Fusing Alteration. Which that's... Alteration. Interesting. Another power reduction, if you will.
So starting off...
I mean, this is a good list. Chaos Orb, Exalted Orb, Orb Transmute, Augment, Regal, Divine, Annul. Unconfirmed is... Locks. There's... Would they give us something like Locks or Eternal Orb if the game is so much weaker for crafting currencies? Would they give us those sorts of things back? Because isn't that kind of what happened? Is we had Eternal Orbs and then Power Crept happened and they're like, we're going to take Eternal Orbs away. They're too strong. They probably wouldn't, right? It'd be way down the line. Yeah, I think hitting or locks, no. I think mirror is 100%. There's no shot they don't have mirror in PoE 2. It's the logo. There is no shot they don't have mirror in PoE 2. Mirrors for sure, yeah. Fracturing, I think, is probably no. Essences, I think, is a maybe, but they're changed. Harvest is gone, deleted, probably. Dominance, gone. Eldritch Currency, gone. Awakener, gone. Veiled, probably gone. I think it's literally just Mirror and maybe Essences from this unconfirmed list. There's other currencies not listed here, though, like fossils and stuff, right? Corrupted Mirror in PoE 2? I mean, the logo is different. It looks more red in PoE 2. The PoE channel's officially live, is it actually? Hell yeah, they got the countdown going. Nice. All right, officially live. We'll keep this in the background for now. We're gonna look at these currency changes.
At all.
Since the logo change
So
is basically
starting off,
confirmed,
let's
yeah.
take a look at the
Yeah, okay. So remove one random mod, replace it with another random modifier instead of what it is now, which is reforging an entire item. Which that's the idea of you pick up an item, you ID it, it has decent mods, but if you had one more good mod, then that would be the break point of you using it. So you YOLO send a Chaos Orb. This is definitely stronger than, well, no, I don't know if you could say stronger. I guess it depends. That it's like just a different use case. Chaos Orb looks surprised now. Yeah, with the change. Some of the new currencies is just, it'll feel weird looking at it being like the artwork being changed. Well, I think I'll get used to it eventually. Chaos Orb had a better hairline. Yeah, this looks like an older one than a younger Chaos Orb. You can't view the drops of erasure because they're down for maintenance.
Now, the Chaos Orb
oh, for linking to Twitch. It should be back up before
it will have a
that goes.
Different function. Now, before it would re-roll all the affixes on the item with new.
Yeah. I guess I don't really need to listen to this guy talk. We can just look through each of the orbs. Adds one random affix to a rare item. Augments a rare item with a new random modifier. This is like literally the exact same, right? I like that because that means a good item you find on the ground, but which has some crap on it, you can actually use a Chaos Orb. Yeah. No, I like it too. I think it'll end up being a fun time. I'm excited for trying this stuff out. You know what it also means? It also means I can get a little bit sweaty with a weighted sum search. You know what I'm saying? Sniping items and then throwing one Chaos Orb at them and gambling on repeat. Why log in? Well, I was just in game earlier for, I don't know exactly. I wasn't doing anything, I guess. Will Exalts become more valuable than divs again? Div value, why it's so expensive in the current game is because it's the meta mod on the bench. Most likely, I would think Exalts might be the premier currency again. So everybody who stored away your Exalt t-shirts and you're like, I'm not gonna wear you anymore because you're not the best anymore. You can get those t-shirts back out, probably. I think the return of the Exalt Orb is on the horizon.
A random affix to an item if it doesn't have full affixes. There are 6 affixes on an item in PoE 2, just like PoE 1, so we can assume an Exalted Orb.
And my axe. Yo. Appreciate the sub, Rise Maniac. Chaos Orbs are going to be expensive 1-to-1, Exalt Div. No, they're not going to be that. They're going to be more common. Like, value also is attributed to how hard the currency is to get. There's no way they make Exalts and Divines the same drop rate as Chaos.
Will be used to finish off a crafted item. Next up, we have the Orb of Transmutation, making a return the path of
Transmutation, normal to a magic item with 1 affix. So the change is you can no longer hit a 2-mod magic item, which feels a little weird, I guess. They're using layman's terms now. Adds 1 affix, yeah. Keeping it more straightforward. I like the new Transmute Orb. Old Transmute Orb compared to new Transmute Orb. New Transmute Orb looks pretty freaking good. Has a face now, yeah. This old Transmute just looks like a piece of garbage or something. I don't know exactly what I'm even looking at, to be honest.
Exile 2, it does function a little bit differently though. Before, when you use an Orb of Transmutation on a white item, it could add 2 affixes to the item when you turned it magic. Now when you turn it magic, it will only add
like
1
blue tentacles,
affix.
yeah. Adds 1 affix to a magic item. Augments a magic item with a new random modifier. Yep. Yeah, they're simplifying the language. Alteration looks pretty cool to me too. All the new art's amazing, yeah. Looks freaking good. Looks clean. Are we slamming people's heads on the item? That's exactly what we're doing. Aggressively.
That you just turn magic.
We'll have that in the background. People's souls turned into currency, baby. Regal, old versus new. Transforms a magic item into a rare item, adding 1 affix. Fair enough. Fair enough. Double the faces. Yep. Double the power. Divine Orb. Do I like this change of Divine Orb? Old Divine Orb, new Divine Orb. I think I might be an old Divine Orb enjoyer on this one. Sad Divine Orb? It does look a little sad. New one looks kind of basic, yeah. I have come to enjoy the old Divine Orb, yeah. All the orbs look same-ish. Well, a lot of the artwork's like based on like probably the same concept of what they're trying to convey. That the orb looks like what it's doing. Oh, new annulment is sick. New annulment's way better. This represents what's gonna happen. You have your perfectly good item with 4 good affixes and 1 bad affix, and you click this orb and you delete your best affix, and your item is no longer usable. Oh, it's freaking perfection. You got shot in the head, exactly. That's exactly, it's representative of exactly what's gonna happen. You got sniped. 100%. It's like Lance's character when it gets voided, yeah. That's I think that might be one of my favorite upgrade or change of orbs. I like this new annulment orb a lot. What else do we have? The Orb of Alchemy. That's better. Still kind of creeps me out a little bit. Definitely better though. Changing from the weird tentacle stuff they have going on with alchemy and transmute augmentation is definitely an improvement. I love the old alchemy. I'm down for this change. I'm down for changing from the tentacle things to the face things. Are we gonna use a null plus augment on magic items now? Who freaking knows? Depends how rare the currencies are and what it's like farming gear. I have no idea what to expect. What do they do to Valorb? Unpredictably change the item and may prevent the item from being... prevent the item from being crafted further? Interesting. So it doesn't always make it so you can't keep clicking. So you might be able to keep clicking. Valorb is mad? Infinite Valorbs? Yeah. There's gonna be a video. It's gonna be MBX. I spent 1,000 Hinakora's locks to get a quad Val implicit. You know, like, you can see it now, can't you? It's not gonna be on launch, because Hinakora Lock's not gonna exist on launch, but 10 years from now, 10 years from now, they're gonna be quad implicits on mirror tier gear. The face, yeah. So every item is like where you can spam multiple vowels. That's what it seems like. There's outcomes that don't prevent crafting is what it seems like. Because it says and may prevent, which previously it just was. I don't know. We'll have to see when we actually get our hands on one. Unconfirmed. Oh. I doubt it'll work like this. Okay, I guess maybe not. Yep. Nope. Friggin', we're using a video with unconfirmed information. We'll know more soon in 46 minutes. Real information's coming our way. Soon, TM. The real information will be here. I bet the May is not 1 in 4. Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, it says May on it, so who knows if it's even real. I assume it's worded that way just to make sure people know it usually stops you from crafting. I don't know why it would... Well, in current PoE, the only scenario you get to Val multiple times is Hands of the High Templar and Glimpse of Chaos, right? There's only like a couple items that work that way. I'm very unhyped about PoE 2, and I'm concerned about PoE 1. Well, I need you to wait 45 minutes and 50 seconds because you're about to have your opinion change, buddy. You're gonna start spamming login when this screen fades to black, and then it's shh. Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games, and then it cuts again. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rock, and then you're gonna start logging in. That's how it's gonna go. Give it some time. Every PvE live stream is always a banger, yeah. Every single time. Every single time. And we all spam, he said the thing, yep. As is tradition. People are already spamming login in the chat. People are spamming drops. Why are they spamming drops? I'm gonna contribute a login to the situation. Go back. Because people are spamming drops. Oh, yo, toucan. Whoa, 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 what was that? They did a scene change on accident. Did you guys see that? I saw there was a brief scene change there. They accidentally did like the hotkey or something. I saw it for half a second. Whoever's managing the stream misclicked. Who's getting fired? Clip the frame. Can we go back and enhance? It was at 44. Hold on. Go back to the VOD. Let's find it. Let's find it. Enhance. And my axe. Old man's going crazy. Look at the timer. I'm not going crazy. My PC's not happy with me. I clicked too many times, I think. I spam clicked the VOD. I started hearing my PC ramp. I started hearing it go whoo, like a jet engine. All right, where was I? I'm gonna find it. Mark my words, I'm gonna find it. Wait, this doesn't even catch up to real time, does it? Three empty seats and no hosts. You guys found it? Well, I guess we can't catch up to real time and find it anyways. Gotta wait 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm not doing that, man. There's a clip button. Friggin', you think I know how to do clips on Twitch? I'm not that experienced. I'm not that advanced of a chatter. Yo, Ghani X, appreciate the sub, man. He doesn't want to leak. That's not what happened, man. Do the create. Nah, I'm not worried about it. Just press the button. Fine, I'll press the button. I'll press the button. Fine. See what... Ooh, hold on. Yeah, we missed it. We were too late. Go back. Can I go back further? Go to clip start. Nah. It's lost to time now, guys. I should have clicked it right when I saw it initially, but I freaking didn't. Aren't you a professional at this? No. I'm an amateur, just like you guys, okay? What's going to happen with Righteous Fire in PoE 2? I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen with Righteous Fire in PoE 2. It is not going to be a cooldown skill. It is not going to have a duration. It is not going to charge up. It is not going to be an aura skill. It is not going to have knockback. It is going to be like it is right now, except it can be used with CI. It's still Righteous Fire, and it's going to be completely fine. It's going to be completely fine. Guard skill now, duration, nope. Nope, nope, nope. You got the clip. What did you just link me? This link didn't work. This link was a lie. It just links to my Twitch dashboard. RF is cooked. RF is going to be just fine, guys. You have to copy the link. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, it's Jonathan! It is Jonathan. Look at him lounging there. All right, now we got to investigate. Now we got to investigate. Yeah, somebody definitely misclicked for sure. Somebody definitely misclicked. So we got a puzzle box. He is drinking a what appears to be a beverage, probably carbonated. The Valdo box is there. We have Path of Exile on DVD. What else we got? There's the artworks we've seen. They got a new TV stand. A fancy new interview room with plants to keep everybody freaking feeling good. Lore book? Nah, man. It's Path of Exile 2, the movie. Coming to a theater near you. Couch looks comfy? This couch, I don't know if I would call this a comfy looking couch. This is, in my opinion, this is a 5 out of 10 couch. I don't think it looks that comfy, to be honest with you. Netflix series confirmed, yeah, for sure. He's on his own because everyone else is gone working on 327. Don't you mean 326? It's gonna be a long stream, 3 hours plus. It's gonna be nonstop bangers, surely, right? They got nice brick. $2 coffee table. Coffee table looks fine. Maybe a little bit low. He's got a bottle of something by his foot. That's looks like water, maybe. Does it say pump on it? 4.4 gig update for Path of Exile. Is that what it is? Vodka? You think straight vodka? The update doesn't seem to be working for me. Or is it working? Is it working? Maybe it's working. It is a 4 gig update. Added support for upcoming Path of Exile 2 announcement and new supporter packs. 4 gigs of supporter pack, guys. 4 gigs of supporter packs. There's actually gonna be 1,000 tiers. There's that they're adding that much freaking 4 gigs of MTX. Holy, the biggest sale you've ever seen. I'm getting that right now. Yeah, boot it up. Boot it up. I'm in for the $200,000 supporter pack. Yep. The one that allows you to live in the office for a month. Freaking worth, baby. Worth. Pump is a New Zealand water brand. Okay, so it was water. Thanks, Hamon. That's some good info. That's some good intel. These YouTube chatters, they know some things, guys. They know some things. He was the only one, by the way. You know, no one from Twitch knew what Pump was, but he did, okay? Take notes. Take notes, guys. You guys are getting outperformed. He's outnumbered 10 to 1, and yet he knows information you guys don't. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's freaking power right there. He's pumping. New login screen coming? Yeah, we're going to see when we get the update. My download speed is 0 bytes per second. Is my internet cooked? Surely not. What is this? It keeps going from 2 to 0. My fiber ain't fibering. Yo, what the hell is this? I've been scammed. Did I get scammed? It's the Pee-wee servers. I guess that makes some sense. Does this happen to everyone else? Everyone's all trying to download the patch at the same time. We also have Pump in South Africa. Holy, Pump is it's expanding its business. Steam is running fine. Steam is king. Here's the problem with Steam, guys. Steam tells you how long you've been playing. And if you know how long you've been playing, that can be kind of depressing a little bit. Steam better. Maybe I'll try Steam out again, but I don't know, man. Now looking at Steam, yeah, streamer client issue. You think my streamer client's bugged? Where's our background music? There's our background music. Almost lost it for a second there. Probably when I leave it AFK in the background, I can just convince myself that the Steam playtime count is wrong. Yeah, I guess that's something. I like that idea. I tell myself that all the time when I get like through the campaign and I take 6 hours instead of like 4. I'm like, yo, that's because I was AFK. I went to change a diaper, you know. I went to put a baby to bed, you know. I'm not actually this slow at the campaign. It was AFK time. That's why. I love that excuse. That's a great one. Investigation concludes that there's information in the brick tiles. I'm not seeing that. I'm not getting that vibe. I think it's just Jonathan's just gonna be sitting there for 45 minutes. He was here early and now he's just chilling. Any chance you want to look at my ARF character, give some pointers? Yeah, can you link me the pub.in? We can look at it. Our download speed for this is like non-existent, so. Look at the it's not Comcast, dude. It's their servers, guys. It's their servers. It's their servers. He's thinking of ways to not add ARF. That is not what he's thinking. He's like, man, I'm gonna have to announce that we kept ARF the same when I said it was different. It's just too good. We couldn't change a single thing on it. That's what they're thinking right now. That's what he's going through. That's going through his head. All right, you have hybrid Val Righteous Fire. Are you doing regular Righteous Fire? You're doing regular Righteous Fire. How much mana do you have on this character? I don't know how much you have on reserve. I have to pull out a POB. I'm guessing you did Radiant Faith because of the cost of Sanctuary Thought would be my guess. Is that's why you went with Hyro, is to get the better Radiant Faith. You have Bypass mod, 31k ES. Decent RF weapon, multi-mod with damage over time mana. That's okay. Int, percent int, mana, ES. Hubris. You definitely want to change this out for a Lich's Circlet. Lich's will take this from a 300 ES helmet to like a 450 ES helmet. So you're missing out on 100 ES. That's one of the obvious things where if you get the chance or opportunity to recraft or go again, I'd do it on a Lich's base. They're just a lot stronger. 158 ES. Ooh, is that a Legacy ES mod? That has to be Legacy ES mod, right? And Legacy Spell Block Suffix. That's a good shield. When the heck did we have a Regen ES suffix too? That's a real good shield. That's a really good shield. I don't know. Nothing bad to say about that. That's freaking nice. Chevrons is fine. You're fixing the problem where you don't have good regen from Guardian with your shavs and this shield and stuff. The main thing if you do shavs is you need to have like a recoup mana mod. Is what you need. Then you have Sork boots. And you have Shaper's Touch. How much strength are you getting to? 600. I would say scrap the strength scaling, get Warlock gloves. At 600 strength, Warlock gloves will just be better for you. You get damage per int mod, you get fire dot multi, you get a good base ES number, you get extra int. And then get yourself some Warlock boots that don't prioritize getting strength, I would say. They're a Legacy Shaper's Touch? Oh, that's right, you do have Legacy Shaper's Touch. Okay, never mind. In that case, maybe they're worth. I keep forgetting you're playing Legacy. In that case, they might be worth using. Legacy Shaper's Touch is really strong. If you rate from 1 to 10, how addicted are you to ES? I'm a 9 addicted to ES. Using Adorned, and you have Fire ES jewels. And you're doing this pathing. I don't like this pathing a ton. I think you'd be better off doing the Connor pathing, where you get a Lethal Pride here for strength since you are doing Legacy Shaper's Touch, because you can get triple % strength. I would look up the Connor pathing. He goes down and around this way, and then up and back this way, and then he has like Light of Meaning here or Militant Faith. Since you're doing like Hyro setup, that might work out better. QE servers are being slammed. Yeah, our download speed is not working at all. What PvE 2 class looks the most interesting to you? Honestly, I have so little information. It's like we're missing 95% of the puzzle. So for me, it's like I could throw a dart at the board, but I don't know if it even matters. Because what matters is what passives I can get, what ascendancies there are, you know, stuff like that. If I was just going to randomly guess, I would say Druid, because it has transformation. That looks cool to me. But ultimately, it's going to come down to what the actual ascendancy points I can get are, what the tree looks like, what the passive tree looks like, stuff like that. Because no matter what class you pick, you can use whatever skill you want. And that stuff's going to matter a lot more. But we just don't have information for that. Have you seen the new Twitch drop? I'm going to unlink my account. Yeah, it's the creepy looking hand things. Say Druid again. Druid. Will the quest for immortality survive PoE 2? We'll probably do quest for immortality in PoE 2. See what we can make. I'm gonna do the Guardian character up until the launch, and then maybe we'll do a couple days doing Theorycraft for PoE 2, depending on if we have information. Druid. What do you guys don't like how I'm saying it? Too bad. I want to keep saying it. I'm so hyped. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty legit. Yeah, I would say biggest things that I'm seeing here is I would consider going for Reflected Ring. I would consider going for Liches and Warlocks. Those are upgrade options. Outside of that, I mean, you got some pretty decent stuff set up here, I would think. And maybe a pathing switch. I don't necessarily like the pathing per se. I think you could maybe be better off going down and around. You guys want me to say Druid? Is that what you're saying? You want me to say Druid? You go Druid? You want me to add the id in there? Is that what you guys need? Nah, that's inefficient, guys. Inefficient, okay? That's a time loss. You want me to say Druid? That is a time loss. Yeah, I would consider Light of Meaning here, or Piranha's Pact if it goes under that name in PoE. I would consider that there with like an all attribute roll maybe, or a percent ES roll. And then I would consider the going around, Lethal Pride, Timeless, percent strength, back around and up. Cluster. And maybe dropping one of your clusters. I would be tempted to consider something like that. Also, if you want to do Ignite, or if you want to do more Riot's End, like better Prolif explosions, if you grab Ignite and Prolif somewhere, that will also feel pretty good. You can get Prolif on a cluster, I think, in Phantom Flames. But it looks pretty decent, I would say. Your Chaos Res is super bricked. Maybe try to fix that at some point if you get a chance. And if you're taking the time to run an Ellie Flask, you should be able to maybe consider going for like melding, potentially. I lose Eternal Youth. You don't need Eternal Youth. Get rid of like you don't have life tap on your Righteous Fire. You're doing the low life chess mod. Get rid of life tap. You don't need it. You straight up don't need it. You get like once you swap to this chest piece, you swap out of life tap, and you don't need to spend or sustain life. It should just be a little bit of a love of your life, and you never spend it. Mana recoup, yeah. Do the mana recoup, and you should be sitting pretty. Also, don't do this. I mean, you can do this, but I wouldn't. You're losing a lot of your reservation space to this right here. It makes like the walk around situation a little bit better, but I don't know, man. I would sooner have like a cast when damage taken setup or whatever, or have the curses on a Hex Bloom or something. Now I'll have years of chat typing Druid. I did not realize that mattered that much. Druid versus Druid. That's funny. Should be dealing enough damage for clear. Yeah, you should have, I don't know, your int's pretty low. You should be able to get higher int, and then the generic percent damage scaling with Oriath should clear better. View reviews are 100k. Yeah, sometimes I do them for free when I'm feeling very generous. Holy, 24 minutes to go. Kiwi 2DB. What do you have for us? Any new intel? 14 days, 23 hours. $14 days, yeah, it's gonna be a long wait time. Be a long wait time. One per class confirmed. Where is he getting these check marks from? Warrior, Sork, Witch, Ranger, Mercenary, Monk. Maps 30 plus. Where is he getting these numbers from? Do we trust this intel? Unpopular opinion, druids are just worse sorcerers. You take that back right now. You take that back right now. It's the PC game article. Yeah, I guess we'll find out how much of that stuff's legit. I'm gonna still cope about my 18 ascendancies. I'm gonna still cope. I'll die on this hill? Is it worth dying over, really? That seems a little far. Turn that down just a bit. I don't want that to be too loud. Buff skill gems. I don't know if I've looked through these too much. Warrior is a less Chad Marauder. Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way to put it. A less Chad Marauder. Didn't Vocal NDA get lifted about BOE2? I have no idea. Nobody has early access yet? Not that I know of, outside of the NDA beta they did. Arctic Armor, less damage taken per stage, less damage taken per stage. Gain a stage, up to a maximum of 3. Gain stages over time. Removes a stage when you actually take hits. So this pairs really well with things like evasion or avoidance. Spirit reservation is 30. Was the base spirit people had 100? I don't remember how much base spirit people had or if it was 30 to start out with. It was 50 or 100? I don't remember. Interesting. My NDA for beta 1 has no end date. Sounds like you're never going to be able to talk about it, T-Just. Now, you don't have to tell us anything because you're under NDA, but are you hyped? Are you hyped for this reveal? Are you pumped? Just wink. Just wink. We'll know. We'll know what it means. 100 sounds right, but not sure. I think the thing I'm not sure about is when... I feel like when they did a reservation, I feel like it took all the spirit, and this is only 30 on here, or what it says right now. I'm hyped? Hell yeah. While enemies use sufficiently overkill with attacks will cause an explosion that ignites nearby enemies based on overkill damage. Buffs cause attacks to gain 15% extra. This is pretty similar to what it is now. Herald of Ash seems good. Attacks to gain 15% of Fizz is fire. What are they doing to Herald of Thunder? Herald of Ice, no information. Herald of Thunder converts 100% of physical damage to lightning. Really, full conversion. That's kind of crazy. Lightning bolts strike the targets of your next 5 attack hits after killing a shocked enemy with an attack. Buff gives you flat damage. Interesting. Scepters give you spirit? Yeah. Spirit seems pretty strong. Depending on what all the buffs are. Full fizz to lightning conversion is kind of nice. Look at the text. While active, killing shock enemies with attack damage will cause subsequent attacks to release lightning bolts surrounding targets. It's just for the lightning bolts, the conversion is? It doesn't... Where do you see that at? Are you banned from Twitch? No, we're streaming to both. We're streaming to both. This is our first time trying to multi-stream to both Twitch and YouTube. Lingering illusion. 20% of your max life creates a short-lived illusion copy of yourself. Whenever you dodge roll, the copy can distract enemies, and copies that are destroyed enemy will grant you a power charge. Interesting. That's kind of interesting. Power charge generator with leaving ephemeral copies. Mana remnants. Each remnant grants 9 mana. Conjure a surging lightning that causes shocked enemies you or your minions kill to leave behind a mana remnant. Picking up a mana remnant grants you mana. Enemies you killed grant mana? No, there's no way. Please tell me I'm not using this. Overcharge mana. I hope that's not. I hope that's not a necessary thing to do. Sounds like I'm using that. I hope not. It doesn't say buff. Does any of these things say buff? I guess this says buff. Arctic Armor says buff. Herald of Ash. Herald of Thunder says buff. I mean, it says buff right here. I think some of this stuff is just incomplete on the text. Because this literally says buff. This literally says buff. I guess it doesn't say buff converts, right? How do you overcharge mana? The overcharge mana is based on like you killing the enemy and then picking up the orb or whatever. I don't know. This seems a little bit... Seems a little rough, but I don't know. Who knows? Mana might be really hard to solve. Looking at the alleged numbers, I'm just kind of curious of like stuff that has been like clipped or whatever to see what kind of reservations there are. Like some of them are pretty good. Herald of Ash is good. Arctic Armor seems pretty good. I just skipped over Blasphemy. Socket Curse Auras apply an aura around you. Reserves 30 per socket to curse. That might be fine, honestly. To not have the cast a curse. Spirit seems pretty strong is the thing I'm gathering from this. What is Magma Barrier doing? Raising your shield infuses it with magma for 0.25 seconds. Cannot perform magma infused block for 0.5 seconds after magma. When your shield is infused with magma for a short time, blocking during the time will magma the attacker. Interesting. Curses have a delay now. It's strong. This seems decently like it could be good because it doesn't degrade the power of your curses. To me, 30 spirit doesn't seem like a big like I don't know. We'll see what. Compared to the other options at 30, it seems like a decent option. Raging Spirits is a reservation. Pretty much all the summons seem like they're reservations, right? All the minions, or at least that's what they showcased. There were some temporary ones, though. So it's a change for Raging Spirits, then. Reserve Spirit. While active, your fire spells will also summon Raging... Oh, no, they are temporary. While active, your fire spells summon Raging Spirits. So it's combining Firecaster with Raging Spirits, which is like the artwork, right? That we saw. Which is pretty... the art would look cool, but if it actually feels like it plays cool, I don't know. Just in time, photo? Just in time indeed. Barrier Invocation. When hit, gain 1 energy for each 5 energy lost to damage taken. Casting skill once activates it to gain energy when your energy shield is damaged by hits. Casting again once sufficient energy is gathered will consume the energy to trigger socketed spells. 60 reservation. They showed this, and it was the way to trigger spells. Cast on shock. Gain 20 energy when you shock an enemy with this hit skill. 10 max energy per 0.1 second of base cast time with socketed spells. Trigger the spells and lose all energy. We'll see what that's like. I don't know. Reservation like Blasphemy seems just generically pretty strong. Arctic Armor seems pretty decent. There's definitely going to be like actual ores and stuff too. And this, I don't know. We'll see what this looks like. I think this had a cooldown to it, but I can't remember 100%. What if you're immune to shock? It's not about you shocking, or you being shocked. It's about you shocking enemies, I think. Loopers are eating good? Who freaking knows if loopers exist? Shocking an enemy, yeah. It's inflicting a shock on them, and then you get to proc spells because of it. It automates stuff, right? It has automations to things. Hydra Familiar? That sounds neat. Blink, Wind Dancer, Scavenge Plating, Plague Bearer, Grim Feast, and some other stuff I guess they've seen but haven't been able to hover over. Of skills that were showcased when people clicked on persistent buff skill gems. Interesting. D4 Hydra Summon? Who knows? BG artwork's pretty good. The BG looks like this is a totem artwork that they have right here. They definitely just haven't. They definitely haven't replaced this artwork yet because it's literally the totem artwork from PoE. Oh, the background. This, yeah. That's the Central Protector. Yeah, that's the totem artwork. But I bet that's just something where they haven't replaced the artwork because I think they've done that a few. Like this is the dash artwork. That's probably not what it actually is. This is the detonate mind artwork. Kind of doubt those are like I think those are placeholders. Well, at least I'm guessing they're placeholders. I highly doubt they're gonna. Hydra is them summoning a totem. If Jonathan's opening statement isn't RF players will eat good, I riot. You know, I agree. We need the opening statement to be to address our RF concerns. Does Castle Shock link to a skill? Yes, I think. I think it links to a skill. It's something that it's basically a skill you're auto casting. Grants a buff that gives you energy shield when you shock an enemy. So you shock up an enemy, and then like you get 5 shocks or whatever. That procs the 100 energy or whatever it is, and then boom, the skill casts. Something like that. I don't freaking know. Trying to load a beacon zone. Is it bricked? I have no idea. I'm still downloading the patch. Servers might be overloaded right now with everybody trying to download the patch. Cast on shock, cyclone incoming. I mean, a lot of these seem pretty decent. See what uniques they've found. Gain rage when you crit an enemy, life, evasion. Bones of Ore. Undead minions have reduced reservation. Wait, are we getting reduced reservation back? There's no more increased reservation efficiency. It's the reduced reservation efficiency now. We're back where we were before. We just have to get enough of that stat and we can reserve infinite minions. Minions reserve, yep. Yeah, they're tied to the spirit reservation. Daviada's Wind Winged Spear. Now recovery of movement skills. Movement speed while your offhand is empty. 2 additional projectiles if your last skill was used with disengage. RMR is back, baby. It is. It is back. Time to log in. Or it's not RMR now, it's RR. Or RSR for reduced spirit reservation. But they didn't use spirit here, so maybe there's other reservations as well. Wageries +1 curse. Brothers, what are we doing live? Yo, Travic, thanks for the raid. Wait, Travic, you're not streaming the announcement? It's happening in 10 minutes, dude. You're gonna miss the announcement. Where are you going? Travic, what's happening? Did you end stream just so you could privately watch and pog out with the reveal stream when it's happening without having any judgment from chatters? I gotta go pick up my kid from school. I'm gonna rewatch tonight after he goes to his mom's. Right on, makes sense. Hey, have a good day, dude. Thanks for the raid. You take care, Travic. You take care. Lightning damage from hits also contributes to electricity buildup. Who knows what that means? Dead, 100%. Respect it. +3 of all spell skill gems. With how much they're like adding gem levels to things, gem levels have to be less powerful, right? Hog hard for me? I will, Travic, I will. I'm very, very stoked. Because gem levels seem like they're everywhere. Or at least when I've seen like previews of stuff, they seem all over the place. Merit of service, Pillage Targe. Chance to block. Allies in presence have block equal to yours. Block bots will be real. Will rain. Pretty similar to what it is currently. Arrow speed instead of proj speed, so they're separating proj speed from arrow speed. Interesting. Black Doubt Hexer Robe. Damage over time bypasses energy shield while not on full life. Sacrifice 10% of mana per second to recover that much life. Okay, that's interesting. Sacrifice 10% of your mana per second to recover that much life. I feel like if this item exists, we'll be able to solve mana. If they can add this item to the game, we'll be able to solve mana. It's agnostic, yeah, basically. But the thing is, if they're gonna put an item that can give a 10% mana degen per second, then to me that seems like you could solve mana. No ES downside. There's another upside. Is the damage over time bypasses ES, which means I can use Righteous Fire now on my agnostic build and still have ES. It means I could use Righteous Fire on my agnostic build. Welcome to Path of Exile 2 early access key. Hell, wait, whoa. You don't want to freaking you don't want to show your key, dude. people gonna yoink that. You better plug that in like right now, dude. Hopefully you already plugged it in. You're gonna get robbed. Thanks for the key. Yeah, you just got straight up robbed, dude. You're welcome for the key, brothers. Bro is throwing. Yeah, he's throwing. Was that like a message? Do you have that in your messages? Like in your PoE messages? Go Lance RPE too, yeah. You could use this with RF technically. It would, I don't know. There's probably better items, but I'm just saying it would work with RF where you could have ES. Whereas normally when you play like a mana RF or you play an RF build, you can't have ES unless you're literally an ES build because it freaking degens it till it's 0. The Bloodthorn Wrapped Quarterstaff. Chance to bleed. Seems super basic, nothing interesting. I don't know if it was posted earlier, but you could go to this. Hold on, I'm gonna click that link just in case. I'm gonna get the browser off screen so you guys can't see it. Your account does not have early access to Path of Exile 2. Bribe a friend who has a spare key or purchase now. What happens if I click purchase now? Purchase now just shows us the current supporter packs, right? This doesn't show any of the new supporter packs yet. How much to bribe you? I don't have a key. I don't have a key, guys. The Knight Errant Male Sabatons. Reflexes, movement speed, armor, stun threshold. Interesting. Early access is $300. It's not gonna be $300. It's gonna be $30. It's gonna be $30. Enemies chilled by you have no elemental resistances. That's pretty strong for a level 20 item, right? No elemental resistances, plus 2 cold spell. It seems solid. The staff, though. Widow Hail in PoE 2. Confirmed. That'd be neat. Freeze enemies that are on full life, plus base crit. You have drops active? Yep. Drops are active in all Twitch channels that are streaming the PoE 2 category. Basically, the main thing is you have to link your account with Twitch and PoE. 17 base crit? Yeah, the base crits on PoE 2 uniques are really, really high. You have to post drops. You definitely do not have to post drops. You have to do this. But basically, it's just you need to link your PoE account to Twitch. That's all you have to do, and be in the category they're streaming in, essentially. At least that's how they've done it in the past. Is you just need to link your PoE account to Twitch and then be in the category or whatever. There's 217,000 people in the category. Are there really? Dang, 230k. Hot diggity dog. People are logging in. I wonder how many of these people I'm not even gonna recognize. Or people with names I haven't seen before. There's a decent amount. This is crazy. Wild times. Is Mathel not streaming this? Oh, he is. Okay, I was gonna say. Freaking missed it. People are hungry for a new ARPG? Indeed. It is time to log in. I need you guys to give me some feedback when we get to the actual, like, when they start talking and stuff. Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud, and I'll change it accordingly, but hopefully we're ready. Ooh. I'm gonna do the commercial thing so it doesn't run commercials in the middle. I'm gonna do the commercial thing so it doesn't run commercials in the middle. Hopefully that'll work. Are you planning on getting a mirror tier leveling gear in PoE 2 as well? We'll try. We'll see what it does. You have drops enabled to your channel lights. It doesn't show in the title. Yeah. If you're streaming the category, the way it works for PoE Twitch drops is you need to link your Twitch account to your PoE account, and if you have that and you're watching any of the streams that are in the category, you'll have the drops. But that's you need to link your Twitch to the PoE account. It doesn't matter which stream you watch. Am I Axio Dragon? Appreciate the sub, dude. Appreciate the sub. Makes sense, yeah. I mean, I could put the freaking. I can put it in my title if people are worried about it, but that's as far as I know how it works. I'll add it to the title. Exclamation point drops. I have a chat command for it, so should explain it. Dude, oh, we're close, man. Oh, we're freaking here, dude. I'm so excited. 50 seconds to go, baby. The cinema mode is missing. If somebody has a link to it, we can add it. You have 30 seconds. Add the clickbait emote? You have to? I don't even know what that emote is. close out of this. No, it's enabled. Enabled. Why is it not working then? No, it's working.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only
Holy, it's a
get one
cinematic.
chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
I want to max it out.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Sullen!
Volume's okay? Sweet. That was RF. That was not RF.
Eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back will be blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not. Run.
I'll turn off alerts. Sorry.
Captain!
That's messed up.
Stop. Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Yo. Oh, give it to us.
Is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
What on earth?
Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice. We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Oh! Hello? Hey, what's that? She's back.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
That's Zestial.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
Let's go.
For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren
No!
plains of the Vasteri Desert, and
We're not fine.
delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenges.
Is this Comcast? I don't think it's Comcast. I think they're getting F's on their stream too.
Monsters,
It's
hidden
not me,
rooms,
guys.
lost camps and treasures, roaming
Maybe they have
merchants,
Comcast.
and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters,
Do they do a YouTube
forge
stream? I don't think
unlikely
so.
bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available.
Flagging for everybody,
Let's have a
guys.
look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
They don't have a YouTube stream, do they?
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cunning menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing.
They don't have a live skill gem. They don't have a live YouTube feed. Technical difficulties, no! Matt, ready to go? Yeah. DDoS via Prime subs? You think so? Holy hell. That's a lot of Prime subs. Dude, this is so freaking good. I want to say, I told you so to all the people that came in there. Is it going to be freaking 5 hours of gameplay? There's not going to be endgame. You guys know who I'm talking about? They've been talking for freaking months about how it wasn't going to be good. Oh, I can't wait to slap them all across the face. Can't wait to slap all those freaking naysayers. They're so wrong. Smash the haters, yeah. Dude, I've been dealing with them for the past, I don't know how long it's been. All these people say, like, not gonna be endgames, it's gonna be nothing to do. Oh, freaking, it looks so good. My laptop won't be strong enough to play it. That's a real bummer. Check the supporter packs. Is it on the stream or on the page? Holy, they're on the page. Take a little look-see. Early access supporter packs.
Access to PoE2, then you can
Let me mute this for right now in the background.
get a key in the $30 US early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items.
I'm listening.
The cosmetics can be...
It's back, is it?
Precious. Those who...
power and tends to harness... There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE2. Explore the dark forests of Oddle, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems.
2 flasks.
Using a skill gem will open the gem cunning menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Pretty cool.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
Oh, yeah.
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire.
Totem Andy.
This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too.
Class for
It's
America.
very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas.
Oh no.
These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills
Now
for
I know why
crossbows.
Palster wanted to play
By in-game,
mercenary.
you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies
There's
that
a
hit
lot
you,
of reservation
or Raging
possibilities.
Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time, but if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield 2-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a 2-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool.
It is real!
50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a 2-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example,
yeah, you do it every
if you
single one of those.
defeat Black Door the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class.
Lab 2.0,
We'll explain
baby!
these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
2 per class.
Ascendancy
Alright.
classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss,
Jedi
allowing you to
players
stop
are back.
wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
What the hell?
So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access, but one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face?
All those people afraid to enter Sanctum, what do you gotta say for yourself now? You're not ready.
Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example,
Deadeye players are never gonna ascend. They don't know how to do
this. Spiked shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor.
Why are they skill checking me?
As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits.
What if I Sanctum
You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions.
Hey!
At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot.
Yeah.
The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimus, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimus is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the
people that
Temple
don't know
of
how to do
Chaos.
Sanctum a freebie. I
Before
see.
the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos.
Save.
This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their
You guys
high
don't get
priests.
skill checked today. You got lucky.
The High Priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires
Hey, I
a
like
token
that
from
guy.
a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
This is so cool.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking
That
turrets.
looks cool, man. We got elevators, baby.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk.
Hell yeah.
Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimus, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content.
Hell yeah.
Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way.
Right.
And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that
Screw
great.
the last 3 acts.
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Oh!
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
35! Oh!
Clearly, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Where's the enemy HU bars in the UI system?
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
Some good boots, 97 mana.
Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame.
Yo.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free.
One out unique every
you can
time.
find
I already know.
special areas that would
I already
make
know
a
he's
good
gonna
spot
scam
to
me.
set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile
Garbage uniques every
inhabitants,
time.
and you'll be able to claim them as your
Then I
own
get
hideout.
watched Ben
you can
getting to
decorate
make
your
one
hideout as you see
repeatedly
fit
every
and invite
week.
various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even mods to density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the Breach Demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes.
Breach Rings are good now?
Each in-game mechanic needs to have a pinnacle in-game encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone.
Yes.
Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants.
The stack size is 300. Oh no. Not 300. Why? Mark, why?
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate belies truth. So they grew in the sun.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life.
Wait, I missed our I thought it was Ritual!
The mists of delirium will spread out across
I left
the
because
area,
I saw
affecting your
Ritual!
mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome.
I had to pee,
Rare
man.
and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear.
Anoints are back.
They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame
Where's my
maps.
blight? It's gone.
The tablets
Screw
you can
blight.
find from Deliria can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguuran settlers. The Kalguurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalguurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
I see immune to chaos. People are not going to be happy. I saw immune to chaos. People are going to be mad.
You can also find remnants, the destruction of
which will
further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
They're
There
back!
are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At
Did that say
endgame,
original
you can progress
Sin
through
Port
up
too?
to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might reroll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time.
There's gonna be a race
Is there
event.
a tree you get
There's
points
so
in
gonna
after
be a
killing
race
it?
event.
Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free.
Let's go!
Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack.
Already
The pack
dang,
also
baby.
comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious Crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Farad'n supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Farad'n's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Farad'n, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Farad'n Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin.
That's so good.
You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling Pawa. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
Is it trash talk by crafting?
Weapon skins.
Lamau,
Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful Exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the Exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features.
Oh snap.
For Path of Exile 2 will be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now.
Garbage.
There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Was there actually Righteous Fire earlier, or were you guys messing with me? Is there actually a Righteous Fire? You guys were messing with me, right? No? Okay. We lied, a little bit of trolling. You guys got me pretty good. I thought it was real.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things.
RF?
And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I think that's the stream.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping.
Not on my end, guys.
Limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes.
Thanks for me.
But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the
Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact you get to choose between different types of content, and that, like, you know, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is like a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, you know, like that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, like, what is the minimum number of like different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, you know, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Like, let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and like, it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, you know, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, like, so we're you know, we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten, you know, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, you know, that we you know, it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. Like, that was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, you know, like environment art team, it's like, you know, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, you know, like, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes,
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, like, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years.
Like, I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, where, so some of us are like, you know, we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. You know, we talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm like, I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Is,
absolutely.
Pretty exciting. Well, as I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like, just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content. So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again.
That's correct.
It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have a, you know, we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
There's stuff to learn. There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards? Like, as to what it's going to be, because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like
the question is
it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
Stop saying that.
I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE2 team who have, they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky, actually, about the fact, because, we release, content for PoE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day, but I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently, people we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop, so like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bugs.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood.
I haven't checked it out. Yeah,
it's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out of this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea.
Reasonable time, only a few thousand hours.
Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins
will go to standard.
Will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's stacking your mirrors for buying dummies now.
Because,
absolutely.
There's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what gives a unique balance.
You talked about the, playing for a week or how long are we expecting. Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do, completely fine. But you just got to remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here, to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE 1's, the, like, you know, end game systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this, like, you know, even, you know, I personally, when a PoE 1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, you know, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover,
over
but
lifetime,
you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, you know. Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, you know, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, you know, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But yeah, I certainly want to really, I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exile characters. Yeah.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're going to get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think, you know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because, like, you know, 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably...
Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased up, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE 2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know, like.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I think actually
chaos
that will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
Wild West. Get to flipping, boys.
It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, you know, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think. Really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that like all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out, and so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be a scramble of like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like, you know, that's always scary, you know, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. You know, we have the you know, just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it because you'd need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies? Like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have, we know what we want to do.
It's a bit unhinged.
It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it. We've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress, we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. There's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content.
Hello. Not too loud. Don't mess with that knob.
Let me say hello.
You want to say hello to Charlotte?
Hello.
All right, there you go. All right, guys. All right. They're going rogue. I'm going to take care of them.
Generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because, especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things is I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is
the Raiders have been deterred.
People are seeing this. Like get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back into that and like being able to sort of see directly like okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like and that really that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than, than 3 months away.
Flippers. It's not like that,
is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long-term, like really long-term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah. I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that. That's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus, we have other systems in there like. The checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like
one life.
The end game system is a little bit
six
less forgiving
portal defense.
If you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. Especially as you get towards this point of the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard, it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, flask piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at in game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at in game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery
dead
and
now.
Like that, but
if it's in PoE 2, it's different.
But like now, it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana, not necessarily
so we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time.
Leech will never be right.
And I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think I was going to say, Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy
Dex
that it
is
can
trash.
give. And like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, "Oh, you know, it can give this or this, whatever." But there's like, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like it's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then it's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
Oh, we can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. But we'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. And that is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
Dex continues to be useless.
Yeah.
Every time.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. Mm-hmm. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league, and we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things
January 6th is the announcement
for our
day.
studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project. Is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are just millions of variables here to consider, and so it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems.
Hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we don't
have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or 2 of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
He's finding fires already.
Real quick, I'll be right back.
No. These are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and it there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. There's a lot more kind of, that kind of stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, all that stuff. We've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of light between the acts. There's these kind of more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
guilty.
One thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, when you're playing a second time, that it feels we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's
exactly.
hands.
So I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying, because there's this whole thing of if you click on an NPC and the camera changes position, sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is that can be cool, but then if you're you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to
work. It's like the Veritania fight.
So effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. You can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
You said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat the quests.
Effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure.
So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
The guy sounded like Innocence,
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
Or Sin.
I would.
I think Sin more.
Yeah, if someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being a
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad.
He looked
fact checked.
Fine. The name
he
is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. So the acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
You know, I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like, you know, what is the history of these people? Like, you know, because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that just there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah.
Pick through
the different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and go. Yeah, awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
These little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like, I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want, like, the things happening around me that, like, build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
tons.
There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching the trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like
cool.
All of a sudden it's like, we should make that a class. And then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely, come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy. Like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, it's believable as opposed to, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like
a whole
not
life
fully
stack
finished
ascendancy for
where
me.
you ascend, but
Yeah,
it doesn't
and an
really
ES
do
stack
anything.
on a
But I
monk,
know
I
you want
think.
it to be like a cool moment where some power goes
yeah,
into
absolutely.
you. And,
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want.
Video, it'll be posted to YouTube, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, the classes are pretty open. You can play
or at the very
skills
least,
you
we can
have,
dig through the
sure you're on
VOD on
passive tree at
Twitch.
the start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct, that another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, "Oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again?" But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like, how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through.
They gave an easy out for the people that don't know how to play Sanctum.
Personally, I think
they showed mercy.
Different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the Because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing.
Glad they did.
It's funny because I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you want to have something for all those people too.
There's these
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just
clearly leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive,
for sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself slower.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything.
They foresaw that, Tellerop. They're looking out for you.
But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right?
Give some option.
Trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, you do. Well, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to
It's
Sanctum
not Sanctum, guys, I swear. It's different.
So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and, we've changed it.
They should have made it easier to say.
Like the content is
Sanctum is just way easier to say
overall
than Trial Sekima.
In terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Varlorbs drop in the world as well. And if you want a larger dose of Varlorbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
And that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
renaming shrines. They even said shrine in the video
on the ascendancies and
they
the
even
trials.
called
How
the shrine
hard
in
do
the
you
video.
foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require you to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did.
You did.
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE 2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
It was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it
Was
all the time.
POT
but
released?
I did quite like the
They said they're going for
knowing that
shooting for
there's other choices,
2025.
So I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that. That's fun.
100%.
So you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
Yeah,
everything.
so fully scaled by your character. You go in as a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that
in Ultimatum and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
There will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend in Ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
I knew they couldn't let that voice acting go to waste.
Yeah.
That was some good voice acting in Total League.
So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay. Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I
Simulacrum
accidentally say
voices
it,
confirmed?
it's certainly by mistake.
We've not seen too many unique items, but Simulacrum's confirmed.
That Val Orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val Orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get.
You're maxing out a value gear?
Like on
that's
regular
current
items.
PoE one, right?
Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those
maybe
ones
it's more
are just
consistently
kind of
a win.
everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of
and
item.
things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Val Orbs are more forgiving though. Like,
they are, yeah.
Like if you think about we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually
It's
turn
super
it very
powerful
good.
and
I've had
Orbs
this
is what I'm
happen.
hearing.
When I've been playing, I've got this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val Orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
Get it past Rishi. He's the one who keeps giving Connor OP stuff.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, "No way, this is unacceptable." But
Just
no,
tell, he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life counts heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life counts heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. Ooh. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being, or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items. That is, I think,
corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things.
There's going to be a standard. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, we'll find out.
Yeah, cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah,
it's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
What? Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but
it's going to have its own standard, and there's going to be a normal standard after.
Gladiator. And the problem is
and beta stuff is not going to get transferred.
They're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy.
That sounds good.
So all of a sudden now, when you're like sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility,
keep the
that kind of
possibilities.
crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of...
Excited we got to see some endgame
You're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of
characters doing more abilities.
Either CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff. And
start blood magic. I don't know. I need to look at the other classes.
Out there things going on, and the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that Path of Exile, you can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to, go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
It sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards. But is it all just being?
I think it's more
redone at this point.
At this point, At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah. I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like
you're Claudia, I spent $900 I didn't get a key.
Band-Aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's
They probably just haven't
things
delivered them out yet, would be my
so,
guess.
Well, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
that,
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly,
about stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really
they're
like
gonna email them over the next week.
PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore.
I don't feel like you have to buy it
Too
back.
many things changed
you have
for
the
that to
lifetime
even
spend,
be possible
you're probably fine.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's
Righteous
certainly
Fire?
getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes because there are more skills that we got.
Ask the question, Ziggy.
And didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come with like, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work.
Any of the class
once again, it's another area I think that was
there's going to be a
underestimated
Templar
to some degree.
But it's just not in this
before,
release.
and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8.
They get chat piped into their headsets. When
it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So,
for sure.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there. Like,
Am I hearing Righteous Fire isn't going to
seem like it's shallow or
in
anything,
early
but we will be
access?
adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing
I
that
feel like ARF isn't going to
keeps,
exist.
like,
It's not going to be
surprising
there
me
yet.
is
Not finished.
well, when you click that All Gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but
Yeah.
you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the
That means at
mercenary,
least
so I'm
it's
just
not
looking
dead,
at the crossbow
maybe,
skills.
right?
And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So
No,
that's
there's
like
a
all of a
lot-
sudden I'm like, oh well. Why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
You absolutely
that's
can
actually
do
a
other
very
stuff.
cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the
Can't suck if it isn't real. It is real. It's just not ready yet.
The bell skill with the quarterstaff.
They have like
with the
100 people working on it around the clock.
rapid shot
It's just not ready yet.
mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh
Gotta make sure
man,
it's
it's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that. I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground. Then
Are we gonna have the same end game?
Flame wall friend.
It seems like it's gonna be a random generation situation.
Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate because like
people will run into the same things, but at different
some of the
points,
stuff that can happen between
depending on, like, how
classes, I
generates,
just
I
have
think.
no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah,
you know,
like how
there's
much
going to
co-op
be-
have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like,
Yeah.
and Mark's like,
But to
got his
find
whole-
all those-
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down
Yeah, yeah.
clouds, slow. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, holy, there's just a lot
Lots
going
of
on all
options
of
for
a sudden.
that.
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this
Afraid of the bomb
active
interaction they
support
are.
and like different conditions to synergize with the group and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know,
I bet it's the same for everyone.
it's kind
I
of
think
honestly
it's
the
delve,
terrifying
but
part as well, where it's like
sideways.
what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting ting ting
And then
ting
you
ting
have
ting.
armor
ting.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and
Yeah.
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean, that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. I play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that
start to
testing in
clean.
there as well.
You probably can do
not a lot of others
what
do
you
it.
do in current PoE, which is like a
and then,
full migration.
Try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing
wanna
that's
clean
like
your
hard
atlas,
is to
right?
then like. Because you get this thing, which is quite interesting, where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build. That's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like you're supposed to be making the game, not
Exactly.
hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
You gotta keep it on
I
the
did tell
DL. You
you
gotta
about
stay
that.
at like 11 or lower.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check. Just
Well, that's the
don't
thing.
know.
No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or
Well,
have I
Teslas
found
are
something
hiding
cool and
our
it's
up, they are.
broken?
They're keeping it on the down low.
Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. and it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do it.
We're gonna go back and look at all these
rather than actually requiring I have to find
we'll
this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels, and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of where is this going to go. And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of where do I put my model projectiles, where do I put my PS, where do I put, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
Choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing: it is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But that's a kind of more subtle argument that you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice, because you no longer have mandatory, here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. There's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually
you have a box
being worth using,
for sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock.
I can do a league announcement style page.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And then
maybe you only use that
normally on a
occasionally
league announcement they'd already have one out.
But it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary as this prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. You're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly?
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But yeah, look, we might decide to bring that theme back, and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like that.
for Val skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
but I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, if you're looking to be able to, like, the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make, still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than
that. Yeah,
yeah,
because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
I know 100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know, no, that's a lot.
Because even
you got what
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you got to there.
That excites me.
And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly. Right? We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah. I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless.
Hire a guy to count stuff.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
That's
true.
Tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah. Oh yes,
that's wild. Because I remember doing the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep.
RF will become
so you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I don't
like the idea too much of skills being attached to
accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character.
How you can build.
Add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things
helps.
like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah, that's going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the trial master. Then you
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like
tier
different
items
outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to in game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a name
we probably
for that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That's that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through it. Not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and
I think we're not the only ones.
Progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way, but I think the solution is much better where effectively you can progress all of them and you can either do just all on one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is of course for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up. And we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing, engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to, be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. That's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE 1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the breach,
holy cow, the lag!
It said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling.
Getting Comcasted, yeah.
But arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right? But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these, like, farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, like, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale that in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, because we could have been like, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this multiple projectile thing you shoot has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So, just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder. And that is going to be different for different players too, where a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one. And it's something that we've discussed a bit recently is the harder you make the hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the player.
Oh, come on, please.
Because effectively, a build's only viable if it can defeat, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. That will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
We have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is if we find that there's only some particularly abusive, only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, then we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. PoE2 does not have the history of PoE1 to be able to to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. How do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? At the end of the day...
Sounds like they made it pretty hard,
the gear is to some degree necessary because no one can really
make
make no mistake for some amount of time. You know, so you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved. Especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers.
The goal is to be tanky enough we don't have to dodge,
always
guys.
a way,
That's
and combinations
the
of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
You know, or another skill, like
out-gear the fight.
Block,
using skills in the mix is fine,
That's the way.
I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
I'll regen faster than they damage me, exactly.
So this very cute atlas.
The RF way.
Infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Oh, okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, you know, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
So that's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, you know, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, like, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that we actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2. We get
I'm
to
not
kind
too
of
worried about it. I'll check the
both
email when
the
it
best
comes
of
to
both
it.
worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, you know, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like the, you know, like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, you know, can be added to it. You can do things if you like the, you know, particular maps, you know, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing.
I'd imagine they'd have a
you've
system that
both got
doesn't allow you to
controllability,
lock
but
out.
also, you know, the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You've got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, you know, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, you know, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, you know, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, you know, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like
It is possible for there on one map to be many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that,
extremely
stoked.
is
easy to do.
And you can kind of see the
even my copium
yes, you can see the
ideas
towers
of what
in the
they would
fog
do.
from
They
distance,
did better.
which means that you know
know what I mean?
A lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area.
I really want to go back and dig through ascendancies, but I don't want to skip the interview.
Yeah. The fog kind of in 3D the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it like rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers.
I'm gonna die at my PC plant now. You gotta eat food.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes.
we
actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah,
we're
still going. Yeah,
there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special.
Activation's always pretty sky high, but they always surpass it.
We certainly need more.
They're making us higher expectations for the next
something
time.
we will be working on. Hopefully, it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key,
how bad is
I
it,
just want
Tobin?
good modifiers, there's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world.
No, I don't think so.
You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least, I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet. Yeah. Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then, we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we? Don't. Anyway, there's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming.
All right, let's change the current
so
cap.
we've got
I would think so.
1 in 4 maps is boss
PoE2.
maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining, the little marker, just so you know.
I was worried about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that, if you, generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one, those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around.
Ready?
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. You know, like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one, because you know obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
can chain
You're picking your
boss.
pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I don't know. Right, you mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I was looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That a lot of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses generate.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of progression.
and from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
They'd be like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'd be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 in 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strongboxes and essences and things like that.
So initially, we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah. So you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah. Cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
really
internally, we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the PoE one.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make because you need to make tons of encounters.
Not
And,
only
like,
do
doing
Gorshov
it properly is a
farm,
huge
come
thing.
back, no farming
But, I mean, look,
routes.
I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like,
Yeah, it
I'm
does
keen
limit
for
that
I
for
don't know if
sure.
there's anything other than that you're really keen for?
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot I can do
We'll see how that
we
plays
can do
out.
with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better, consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got, Incursion. We've got, awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, we're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Well,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were
Roomba.
made. Now we have minimum. That's a world
Minimum
where you
vacuum
had super
cleaners?
uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right? There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action to
bird.
that. Be good to Phil.
Please no.
All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got,
So
there's stuff coming along. It's
Wow.
just a question of like, when we actually get there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of
The lost art of the ID
just
scroll.
like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing and you're cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Not just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still
times.
reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and you've got but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Of like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
there's stuff to do there. Like like the meta crafting that omens can do. Is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there, but once again we introduced that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels, like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have like over like 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, you know, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find are very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt, that process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and when you find good bases and you do stuff.
Exalt,
I can speak to that experience.
It's not a waste if it's common and it's giving you a power spike that makes you go faster, right?
And I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts.
That's why they're
took
dropping
a
more
ring
often.
from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and
so you can use it.
Crafted it up to 6 property rare, and I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll on it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods, and I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for Regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant this stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easy to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
Maybe dual
And
sockets
this
are
is to
replacing
confirm how you
bench.
solved bench crafting. The
Exactly.
question of
So
that.
we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI, like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb, like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving 2 things kind of in its way, which was maybe even 3. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first 2 things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. Yeah, there's stuff you can do there that is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things. So
So I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
Dude, I'm
but
surprised.
you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, they're like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
to
have
kind of
quantity brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like are the items actually good? Like ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. Like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
The more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and and you will definitely find more things.
Lots of guaranteed rare items here and there.
Exactly.
And like that.
So
this little boss here will drop
plus 10 cold reds?
a rare caster item and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem
every single
where
one of
people
those.
were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. They keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that
optional, you don't need the stat. You can always
see all this
overcap,
sort
my
of weird
friend.
side encounters
You
that
do
have
need the
specific
stat,
drops
you
on
just
the
don't
map.
know it.
And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff, and then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there. I definitely noted that I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it.
Absolutely.
But also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff.
PoE players, guys, we don't have friends.
And
what do you
I think
mean?
we figured out that like some of that stuff reveals after you like find the waypoint in a zone.
I think
for
that's how it
example.
works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But yeah, there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything.
Yeah, we'll see. It might be pretty good.
Kind of depends. Like, a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like, you never get to an area and don't see some, unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets.
Yeah,
that
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Yeah, definitely for us as well.
Yeah,
like, solved a lot. Like we're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like, were more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as like as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like, the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalted?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2 to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
we just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, we're like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place. Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done. I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
The paths we weave. How likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like the currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trades.
Yeah, they were for sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
That's pretty true. Currency was the most obnoxious.
So
Items can still be a little obnoxious.
So this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well, I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade, and for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm going to get them
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly beyond trivial. Yeah. So there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But each to their own. That to be seen, and
been hours.
There'll be a separate solo self-found.
They're avoiding the RF question.
Presumably, even potentially beta launch.
Talking about everything but
RF. It's our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great. Good. That's good. Good to know. It's like you have
to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place.
They discuss how trade works. Same as PoE1.
Yeah, I think we
mentioned basically literally the same. Faustus is going to go core,
some of the additional
which
questions
means it's going to be core for PoE1 most likely.
So, will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses? On that note, then. It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules.
Yeah,
now that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls. Things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than in players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
from what I saw, it's pretty hard.
You're
to pull
not
off
having
you,
a fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
Oh. So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal again.
Now in in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah.
He's so happy to say that.
Especially about like endgame maps.
And you're dead for good.
What is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals so you can have your party members, but
and you can leave and come back.
6
portals. You can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just alt for the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day. Because for example, you might have rage quit. You will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times. You're like, crap. Alt F4. You come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now kind of the situation where you log back in and you're like, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay,
right.
and you just kind of jump back in,
yeah,
and have another crack.
So effectively, like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving? Well, obviously in hardcore, you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value.
This is going to be interesting.
So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing, and so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something that you just paused and you can jump back in as well.
We're risking value. Hopefully we're getting it back. I would assume so.
Your own faults.
It's got to be sustainable.
Now, it's worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, you don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance.
HP stacking should have a debuff to speed because you're too fat.
And you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I'd
rather the option to be pure glass cannon.
You've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try, and
you might be able to pull that off.
But it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still
before they can kill it,
very much against
that might still be a
thing.
thing.
Or maybe that they literally
depending on like
only have one hand
circumstances
and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
But it's probably less of a way to cheese
every time
boss
I go to
fights.
sit down at
I
a
would imagine.
developer's computer,
like
the
WSD,
and just because it's a little easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it
why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
He's 100% click to move. He is very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it, like,
that'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary. That kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. It's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions?
Retries are going to be easy. I think for the pinnacle bosses, retries is going to be a large time.
Feeling
it's wild. We're getting
creep in at this point.
Exactly. We've been rolling.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think
that seals the deal. We're starting softcore.
I think the hardcore race. The private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular. Wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like
Yeah,
so
the
much
endgame.
passive tree
I
there, and
highly
the
doubt
jewels
that evolution
accomplish
would be.
the kind of off-build thing anyway.
Probably something
like,
where
hardly need to
there's some sort of
add
the
the extra
or
passive trees on your
reset,
passive
or
trees.
Yes,
yet.
yes,
You
we
can't
do,
get
yeah,
locked
we,
out
we,
for whatever reason.
we made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so you know.
Because the jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around
There's a
like year
respect
3
for it.
to
There
year
you go.
5 feature as well. So
Yeah, we got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go, just start thinking about that.
it's a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today, then, do you guys have a recommendation or of what is the best class to play in the beta?
Rather have it start out
I mean, that's
harder
a very
and be
hard
made
one.
easier.
Honestly, like so,
There's so many choices now.
there are.
Yeah.
So let me. Well, okay.
If they start out easy and make
If we're
it
going by
harder,
the numbers,
people are going to kick and
if
scream.
we go
probably
by
way
player
more.
satisfaction reports on per class, if we break it down
Yeah,
from the
I
betas,
mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's
Yeah.
also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a very,
fascinating.
very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to,
Yeah.
you
I
have
mean,
to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk
that's,
playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think,
that's
so.
interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class. It's
I don't
really
know.
cool.
Like I've been loving the mercenary,
Yeah.
but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe,
and
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I
don't have that
I really
ability
like
to
that.
correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So
Play.
it's just whatever I'm playing tends to be the
Full
thing.
release.
So, yeah, right now I'm doing a
They're going to
mercenary
shoot for
playthrough, so that's
2025.
probably why I'm,
They didn't give us a
into
date.
that. But,
Half a year to a
yeah.
year after early access
So, I'm not
starts.
sure if you've got a
Yes.
similar.
No, you were talking
Nearby
about the numbers as
soon,
well. It was interesting that
recently.
monk and then warrior had the highest
Yes,
satisfaction levels.
Warrior's
and I was
next.
like,
By the way, technically, if you're looking for
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
2 melee classes
exactly,
right now.
exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
yeah, yeah.
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gone a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and then just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yeah.
it just feels cool.
All right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I noted I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full grenader. You were
I was doing
combo.
the freeze
Yeah.
shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Some sort of monk
Playing
trigger
Relax,
build.
I don't care what the
obviously.
release date
It's
is.
always just going to be
I think
fun
that's
to
just the
Yeah,
play
there's
around
just so
and
many
play.
of those like stacking effects, the wind,
We're
and
too
ice
attached to
coming
the
off
words
it, and
full
ascendancies
release.
showed some more
This
as
is going to
well.
be a legit game
to see how far that can be pushed.
on December
and
6th.
How many spells can I get to trigger per second?
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here. So
But still,
Would I
still
would
lots
I
to
go
talk about,
skip
but I think we're just
Affliction
gonna
League
spend
because
time
Settlers
digest.
League's coming out
sure.
in 6 months
So,
later?
thankfully, we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means
So
we can actually
good.
have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to like wrap it up,
Yeah,
boys.
exactly. That's good.
Fantastic.
RF
All right,
win.
thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That's a good day.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly,
You can't have patch
exactly.
notes.
Where's the launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right. Yeah. And thank you very much.
Thanks
Great.
heaps. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's
All right,
only
did
the
they put
start of
this
another
on
journey,
YouTube?
really. So
That's it.
Because I want to look. I want to look at those
Can't wait to
ascendancies,
play.
man.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more
I'll
now,
look at them
but-
bad.
Yeah, it's true.
Sorry.
I'm curious.
I got to go fix
I need to
bosses
know.
going up elevators and
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. That's all.
right.
I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
you never know.
Hopefully.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your
Think
men,
we're here.
Captain. We will only...
Viziggy has failed the R community, something like that. All right, let's take a look at the cinematics was sick. Yeah, the cinematics was nice. Which, okay, speaking of, I guess real quick, just out of curiosity, how many of these things did we actually hit? I feel like we hit a ton of things. We hit this. Hit this. I don't know if it was. It seems like just one in-game option. I don't know. Like it's just a big map system, right? At least 5 base mechanics, real cinematics. Hi, I'm Jonathan. They did not showcase this. They did not do that. It was 12 ascendancies. Unfortunate. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not that. Nope. They didn't showcase bosses. Kind of showcasing in-game characters. Not really. Like showcase. We got a boss. I guess we kind of count the breach one, I guess, right? Gestula, yeah. I'll say they count those too, because they did showcase other things like that. No race event, Zana's not back. Purgeable Valdo box, no. Jewels, socket, and items, not tree now. That's... Okay, that's like only half right. That's like half right, because there's still jewels in the tree. Trials is an endgame, that is a mapping. I guess we can count that, sure. It does not look like we're getting a bingo here, though. New lab, it's not lab. True. Yeah, we're not getting a bingo. We wanted to. I think originally when I was writing this down, I was thinking like actually like a full fight showcase, but I'm glad they didn't do that. I'm glad they're keeping it under wraps about what the fights are, how hard they're going to be, what the mechanics they do, and stuff like that. Purchasable Reliquary doesn't count. Well, it doesn't do this, but I guess it does this kind of. MF's definitely not gone though. Rarity still seems to be a thing. No patch notes. Doesn't seem like we're gonna get it. It doesn't seem like we're gonna get it. But I want to go back and I want to look at the ascendancies really badly. I'm way too curious because this is actually like real concrete information on a significant thing. I'm full PoE2 hype enjoyer. You're a doubter. You've been transformed.
The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class.
You love their MF?
We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes.
We saw Demon Form, yeah. Which, the thing is that I think so far what's confirmed is Demon Form and Bear Form, right? I don't know if the Wolf was so long ago. I don't even know if that's still a real thing, type of thing.
But at the
I didn't
start
expect
of
ascendancies. Yeah, we got 2 of each, which is nice.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class.
These artworks are pretty freaking cool. I think I'm most excited about the Witch and the Monk, probably.
So choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character.
Tree form? No, there's no
As
tree
a
form.
sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller.
Trigger elemental, storm on critical hits with spells. Grants a skill, and you can put support gems on that.
Causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical.
Ooh, that's kind of cool. So the elemental storm is these like swirly things, right? Cast on crit witch, yeah, is your first ascendancy point. And you could put, and they said you could put support gems on it, right? That seems like that's pretty strong, right? Trigger elemental storms are critically. I wonder what the cooldown is. That's a sorc? Yes, this is a sorcerer.
Hit with a spell.
Sorceress.
With strike twice, you
Targets can be affected by up to 2 shocks at a time. Sounds strong. I don't know if shock works the same way where it goes up to like 50%, but
can
it seems
stack
strong.
2 copies of shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all.
One support gem of each per character? Correct, but there's way more support gems in this game than there are in current PoE. What's this Reddit post? Oh, that's pretty nice. Does it go through each one of them? Oh, okay, we can do this. All right, well, I guess we'll start here. We'll start here then. This works. It has it written out, which is kind of nice. Mana Leech being instant, combined with you cannot recharge Energy Shield. Mana Leech effects also recover Energy Shield. So you have dual Mana and ES Leech for 2 points. That's instantaneous. I guess I don't know what to think of this, considering we don't really know what Leech is. You know, not yet at least. Sorceress looks pretty fun. I think I'll play her. Yeah, Sorceress has some interesting abilities. You know what the problem here is, though? With this little write-up is we don't know what this does, right? This is why we need the video. I think we're going back to the video. Because if there's like a skill thing and they don't have the description in that picture.
All your damage types apply shock. Make a shock build from any skill.
Yeah, I think videos will play.
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself.
Chronomancer, time itself. And the thing is, they're also not showing the entire ascendancy. Like, we have this shock on crit, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I count that right? Yeah, there's 7 nodes they didn't show us for this. So we have like no freaking, like there could be some really good stuff in these other nodes. Chronomancer's pretty cool, yeah.
Built from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with
time freeze.
Time freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
Where was the time freeze at?
Life and mana back to what it was. Using Temporal...
So time freeze was all the way down here. Her ascendancy starts here. I see.
Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the warrior...
Yeah, we're literally like not even seeing what all the ascendancies have. We're seeing 7 or 3 out of like 7 nodes possible. This would be in the middle of the passage tree because it displays like in the big middle orb.
You can choose between the Warbringer
Heist runners running
or the
Temporal
Titan.
Rift. We don't know. Heist isn't a thing,
Warbringer
right?
channels the might of his ancestors to gain
What is this?
tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage,
Gain a stack of Jade every
you can
second.
encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all
Keep
that
on
anger
blowing
out.
up corpses.
The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
Inheritor's
With
bark
Surprising
skin?
Strength,
No.
You can take advantage of stunned enemies to
It's like you gain stacks of something and then you can pop it whenever you're about to tank a big hit type of thing, I think.
deal 40% more damage.
A lot of damage.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack
Like Valor
gains an
to armor,
extra
yeah, that's what
projectile.
it looks like to me too.
With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
You have no accuracy penalty at distance. So distance from your target is why you miss? The small nodes around the... This is probably like you get to choose one of the nodes in there. Right? They didn't show us what this is, but I think it's like you get to choose probably. From 3 choices maybe, or I don't know exactly. Like it goes... I don't freaking know, to be honest. I think it's a multi-choice node.
A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
A flask thrower build. I'm not too excited about the skills being attached to ascendancies, but I don't know. Maybe it'll start to open up to it more over time. Probably chain fork pierce. Yeah, it could be a decision like that.
Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her
Melee
foes.
never will? I don't know.
While overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist,
The one that's the demon. Infernal Hound. This to me seems exactly like Guardian's thing, right? Summons a minion. The minion can take 20% of hits or damage to you, and it has like a fired out aura. Like, this is just the Guardian Sentinel of Radiance, pretty much.
Summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
Which that's strong.
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact,
This thing's interesting too. Where was the? Hold on, I scrolled back.
Companion.
Which node are they showcasing here? I don't even know which one's highlighted.
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromaniac
Pact. That's RF. That circle thing that they charge you to blow up. That's Flame Blast. If that's RF, I'm gonna be mad. That better not be RF. That's not RF. So help me if that releases and that's RF. I'm gonna be like, what the hell is this? Because that's totally Flame Blast. Maximum mana is replaced by maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for all skill costs. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage. When Infernal Flame reaches maximum, lose. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage. RF blast. That's not RF, guys. 10% of Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. Overheat mechanic. Well, it hits you for, I guess, your entire HP pool, but it's fire damage, so it basically could be like 25% of your HP pool. Let's see how much it does when it hits them.
You can turn your mana
yeah, chunked their ES. Who knows how much ES they have?
Into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage.
So it makes it so you can kind of
Using
spam a
Bringer
little
of Flame,
bit.
you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
They were casting Flame Blast. That to me looks like Flame Blast, that charge up skill.
She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon
More extreme life cost? Yeah, it is. Demonic Possession, and there's a second portion of this.
She takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
This is like this is like Berserker a little bit, right? You get increased speed, cast speed, but you take increased damage.
She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy.
You know what's a little bit funny about this is both of the witch classes. I guess the summon fire hellhound thing is technically a I guess that's technically a summon, but the stuff they showcased isn't really summon related for the most part. This looks so fun. Yeah, I thought this one looked cool. Life remnant skill gain, base life cost equal to base mana cost. So you have a downside initially, and then the rest of the ascendancies OP.
As well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them
shaped
to quickly
like a heart. Last one's probably Necromancer, probably.
With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use
spell damage leeches life.
Her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life,
1% critical bonus damage per 20 life. So at 2k life, this would be 100. I guess we'll see how hard it is to get this stat. And if this works like crit multi and it's just a wording change.
You can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker.
Oh, I like this one too, I think. There was 170 life breachling, yeah. Which it probably can roll higher too, depending on like the roll ranges and stuff and the corruption and whatnot, because you can corrupt things too for an extra 20%. Monk seems cringe. There was like a double ES node. Trigger elemental expression on melee hit.
Create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate.
Meditate, yeah, this thing.
Allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose.
How does that freaking work? How long does that double energy shield last?
Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
Probably only a temporary
and I Shall
buff.
Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
Yeah, that's like Warden, right?
With faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield.
Yeah, that just seems like a temporary buff. I guess if it's something you can end up getting good cast speed for and then just proc for boom WES, but I don't know. It seems like it could be strong if
Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold.
Permanent, but you lose it when it's hit. Yeah. That's what I think it is too. I am the Thunder. Gain 10% of Fizz is extra lightning. 25% chance on shocking an enemy to create shock to ground. Gain 10% is extra cold on freezing enemy to create chill to ground.
Or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some
damage, not Fizz. 10% of damage as extra. Oh, this is gonna be a weird transition for me of getting used to the fact that it's not just like it's not just no, like pretty much everything's like Fizz gain is extra for the most part. That is interesting.
I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit.
I'll try that
for
out. I'm a
darkness,
big fan of staff.
A resource
Yeah.
that can be
Base maximum darkness is 100 for each life or energy shield lost to damage. Reserve 1 darkness instead, if possible. Darkness reservation lasts for 10 seconds. Plus 5 maximum darkness per level. So if you're level 500, it's basically a 600 HP buffer is what it is.
utilized to both absorb
And you lose your
deal
reservation
damage. The Shroud
ability.
of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you...
Gain 1% of damage is extra chaos per 20 unreserved darkness. So if you haven't taken damage, this could be potentially 30% of damage is extra chaos.
have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield
Max
as well.
30%. Well, yeah, it would scale up too, because you get spirit throughout the campaign.
Another node you can take is Waking
Which is
Dream,
kinda decent.
which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons.
The
Then
10-second
you'll-
duration. The 10-second duration is really long. Not taking damage for 10 seconds. And losing reservations. I don't know. That seems rough a bit.
See the flames of Chiyula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a witch hunter. Obsessive rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they...
Enemies have a maximum concentration equal to 40% of their life. Break enemy's concentration on hit equal to 100% of the damage dealt. Enemies regain 10% concentration every second if they've lost concentration. Interesting. I don't know about that. 260k? Was that the life on the big boss there? The Act 2 boss?
...would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated efficiency.
Is that a DPS counter? Yeah, it counts up how much damage you've done like recently. Grants 3 additional skill slots. Do you think this would actually be good? I feel like we're going to have so many more sockets than we actually need.
Will give you extra skill
3 more keybinds, yeah.
Dermatological infusion.
Dermatological infusion. Max res per blue gem socketed anywhere. Max res per fire. How much max res is that exactly? I guess if you have the 3 extra slots and it's like 12 slots times 6. It's like you get up to 90 slots. I don't know. That sounds actually like that could be pretty good. You have to get a lot. You're gonna spend so much on freaking the jeweler orbs, right? To get all those slots in, just start socketing random gems you're not even using. Just to get max res.
Gives you extra maximum resistances as you socket more and more support gems. Adaptive capability allows you to use any color of gem.
Satisfied by highest attribute. This is really good. Because I think this allows you to probably do the dual wield thing, right? Where you can click the freaking 2-hand keystone and you only need 1 attribute to hit for it to be satisfied. I think this will probably be quite strong just because of that. That specific use case. Because that's the downside to make the double 2-hand work. Or gem requirements. Yeah, gem requirements, gear requirements.
Without worrying about attributes. While Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
I wonder what quality does.
So those are the ascendancy class.
All skill gems 12 quality. We don't know what any of this other stuff goes. This guy seems like it could be pretty strong. The max res scaling seems like it could be pretty strong. I might be tempted to start just do this dude. Dual wield 2-hand weapons. They actually created the bulletproofing orb into the game. Now I don't have anything else to say on streams. Your power has been greatly limited. 12% quality. Well, the thing is, we don't know how good the quality is on gems. How valuable that is going to widely depend on what the quality is. Like, in current PoE, that's decent. Depending on your build, that's decent. I don't know. Like, to quantify this, you really have to see what skills you're playing with. Because some skills, the quality isn't that good. I'm going to start guns just because it was, though.
But one thing
I don't know if I'm necessarily going to play skills based on... I'm probably not going to pick a skill based on the class I'm starting, but based on what I think I can do with the Ascendancy.
Ascension and Path of Exile 2 requires completion.
Gemling Legionnaire seems generically strong. That's what it seems like to me. Like, looking at this Embrace darkness, you lose your reservations. They're trying to do, what did they say, 9 reservations per class? So there's probably a lot of power there. We were looking at the reservations. They seem pretty strong. You start out with base 100 reservation. I don't know about this. And then I guess it depends what you get over here. Like maybe this will help the scaling of this node be a lot stronger. Double ES mana leech instant seems decent. This thing seems kind of trash because it's on-kill benefit. A lot of the on-kill benefit stuff I feel like it's going to be kind of dead on arrival, but maybe I'm just like a HH hater. That's actually going to be really good. Gain energy shield from equipped body armor as extra life. Just seems good. Gore spike just seems like it's good. $5 per level is 0.25% damage per level. The thing is, it's unreserved darkness, and the reservation lasts for 10 seconds. So you get hit, and that reservation lasts, then you don't have the damage during it. Pseudo apostate, yeah, it's apostate node here. Crit bonus damage here. This node is like your first ascendancy point sucks, but then maybe the rest of your nodes are good, is what the impression I'm getting. My guess is this node, which is really strong, is counterbalanced by this node. You can't have all of them, or you can, I guess, if they add Forbidden Flesh and Flame. But they're probably not going to add that. Blood Mage Art is sick. Yeah, it is. It could be strong as an endgame character. Yeah, well, Gore Spike seems like it could be quite high potential, along with the Crimson Power, but I'm guessing whatever this node is probably is a very powerful node, and it's being counterbalanced by this being a very powerful node. I love the heart-shaped tree. Yeah, the way they did the like look at this hourglass thing. That's freaking cool. That's, and the start point is here, and you go like down like this. That's so freaking cool. They mentioned it in the Q&A. Might have been when I went to get my food. I don't know. Yo, Lance Boaba, how you doing, man? Chieftain boss, or don't say that. I'm gonna do 40 hours of straight sleep. You need to do a whole 2 weeks of straight sleep to get there. What's the RF ascendancy? This is the RF ascendancy, if there's an RF ascendancy. If RF is RF, if it's even in the game, which we don't even freaking know. I'm starting to think it might not be in the early access. They're too afraid to pull the trigger on shooting it in the head or letting it live, and I think they're just not gonna add it. But this would be like you know, like giga HP scaling, you know, type of thing. That would be something you would do with Righteous Fire, if it's still Righteous Fire. Chronomancer work on Uber bosses. I think they specifically said there's a certain boss that is a time traveling boss or something that the time freeze doesn't work on or whatever. Relic of the Pack, yeah, it would be a Relic of the Pack situation. No, RF would suck. Look how big the RF community is. I agree. You messed up. I trust it's not in the early access because it's dead. It's not dead. They just aren't willing to do what needs to be done, which is add it back exactly how it is in PoE 1. They're not willing to do it yet, but they will be. All these nodes honestly seem pretty decent. While not on low life, Infernal Flame, all damage from you and your minions contribute to Ignite chance and Magnitude. I wonder how that will feel. But I'm looking at this, the demon form thing. That stuff's tempting, man. It's tempting. My fear is it's an ascendancy skill. I hope not. The thing I don't like about skills being tied to ascendancies is there might be some cool interaction where you could make a skill work with a certain other ascendancy, but you can't because it's tied to the ascendancy. So I hope that's not the case. Then they add RF and instantly get league launch numbers. Deadeyes aren't allowed to boss, but the turtle skill must have comfy clear. What do you mean the turtle skill? Who you calling a turtle skill? What you talking about? I'm actually gonna go to Blood Mage favorite class. Right now, based on what I've seen, I think I'm tempted to go Witch for the Infernalist and Blood Mage. But there's also a part of me, like, looking at this, that this, I feel like, could be quite strong. Just because of the adaptive capability thing. With going, like, the double two-hand. Can you share the link on Reddit? Sure. There's the link. The only attribute required for gems. Oh my word, I can't read. You're totally right. Attribute requirement of gems. Holy, I suck at reading. I feel like you guys probably said that when I read this, and I didn't even notice. I literally get my brain went attribute requirement, satisfied by highest attribute. That's what I read when I read this. It's just autofills. Everyone said that in the chat? Yeah, you guys did. Okay, never mind. I'm not going Gemling Legionnaire anymore. No longer. No longer. I think it's going to be Witch for me then, based on this info. Unless we get more info. They're probably going to give us teasers from here on out till December. Probably, right? They'll give us some drip feed teasers. I'm probably going to do Witch. Blood Witch? Well, Blood Witch or Infernalist. Because here's the reason. What matters is what are these other points. That's what matters. What are these other points here? And what are the other points here? And if I click Witch, I can look before I ascend. Do you think there's going to be a skill tree leak? If there's no skill tree leak, I mean, that's the thing. Monk looks cool. Monk's gameplay looks pretty cool. That is true. I'm going to go Blood Witch 100%. Yeah, that's probably what I'm leaning towards more, but at the same time, I kind of want to do the Demon Transform. I like the idea of taking increased damage, but getting damage with it. Old Lance would have went ES Trickster? There is no ES Trickster. I guess the ES Trickster is the monk meditate thing. This dude, where is he? Not the Chayula guy, the elemental one. This guy. The meditate node. Can you ask Al Balbal for an autograph when you see him? Probably. Old Lance would make it have. New Lance is scared. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. We got plenty of time. We can make multiple different builds. We don't have to rush anything, but I'm leaning towards this though. You don't want to be a glass cannon? Oh, I'll find a way to make it tanky. Don't you worry about me. I'll find a way to make it tanky. Like, let's look at some of the clips of the
You will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers.
Where's the witch showcasing stuff?
Like Arctic Armor, which is called Command. Spellcaster weaves a flurry of advantage of the ability to automatic the enemy that was ignited. What kind of things you guys might find. Now,
I don't know where
Exile's a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's...
Is it right here?
As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the...
Get locked out of the Atlas. There's not a lockout system, guys. There's not gonna be like, oh, you die in your first 4 maps and guess what? You're permanently locked out of playing the game. That's not gonna be a thing. I don't believe that would make no sense.
Elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells...
If mana's really annoying to solve, this seems kind of neat too, to be honest.
Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well.
So it ramps up how much damage you take over time and then how much speed and damage you deal. Wonder if it's more... Infernalist is more of a summoner. Yeah, Infernalist has the Hellhound thing. They just didn't even tell us much. Like, that was the only thing that they told us about, right? We know if cast when damage taken is in the game. I would think it's in the game, Nito. And yeah, the Infernalist thing can proc
So if you're
itself.
planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill...
I don't know, the fire skills just look really cool.
While in demon form,
Fireballs
she
and
takes an
stuff.
increasing amount of damage.
Like that.
Her cast speed
Look
and
at those
damage increase rapidly
explosions.
as well. So if you're planning on transforming into...
That's totally Flame Blast, by the way. There's clearly a Flame Blast that is on top of you versus a Flame Blast that you can channel somewhere else. Looks like RF to me. Yeah, maybe we could put RF on this character. The SRS? Oh, the SRS looked really cool. Did they showcase the SRS at
Make sure
all?
you stack a lot of life recovery.
They showcased the animation of
She
a
can
real
also become a Blood
shortly,
Mage,
and it looked
a
legit.
master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
It was in the class section, I believe.
The boss in this area to acquire a permanent...
Oh, stuff. Earlier than this? You think so? Gameplay trailer, perhaps?
Existence
No, it wasn't the class section?
Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. You'll want to use a gem.
Templar.
Monk also has a variety of abilities to
Monk,
so this just scratches and shrug off the hits of small ammo. You never lose
Warrior.
ground, rending it apart.
Warrior
Has access to
dying,
totems.
classic,
Guy who
warrior's
can fearlessly
trash,
into combat. Time for some ranged attack.
ranger, no one cares,
Bouncing around. To recharge them, price to separate enemies.
monk,
By
no.
in-game, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield. Skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic.
You showed him real
Before we talk
briefly,
about
right?
minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from
Watch
a
all
range
over
of
when the kids go
consistent skills.
offline, right? That's just impossible
All
for me.
classes
Yeah,
have a
I can
variety of
understand
these
that.
skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery spells.
Yeah, look at those things. Those things look sick.
You cast a fire spell.
Raging Spirits. It's on 1848 too.
There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
Yeah, those aren't Raging Spirits. The ones before are, though. There's so many skulls. Yeah, there was a bunch. They were all, like, instantly summoned. This thing.
Fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Everything's the counter, the boss damage counter, but boss HP. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's subtle, so it doesn't cover the screen. I'm happy with that. I'm pretty hyped to try a quarterstaff plus shield monk with Titan's grip keystone. That the attribute requirement thing probably has to be pretty substantially hard to satisfy or something. Otherwise, I don't know what they're thinking with the Titan's grip thing. They go over that in, like, what, the passive tree when they start talking about that stuff? Do they showcase where the node is on the tree when they showcase the keystones?
It's pretty simple.
Let's see.
Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree. Real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're
Assumption
using.
it could be the... Nah, I'm not going to make any assumptions
in
about
the
this
mercenary
until we
area of the
actually
tree,
see them.
this one gives a 25% chance for
No
crossbow
point on
skills
guessing
to not
it.
consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
That's a really strong notable. 20% chance to activate your grenades a second time is literally 20% more damage. Like, some of these notables are so much weaker than that. That notable's insane for the grenader
This one gives a chance
situation.
for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance
to chain additional time from terrain.
to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the
Monk is
mercenary
top right,
section,
correct.
this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones.
I'm so doing Mind Over Matter plus Chaos Inoculation plus EB.
Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing
They showed
your
both Mind
entire
Over Matter
build
and
to
Chaos
design around them.
Inoculation. So as long as Eldritch Battery's the same, I can do
A
all
great
three of
example
those
is
things
Giant's
together. And I'm
Blood,
going to.
which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirement.
Giant's Blood, two-hand. This seems like it's bottom left, right? Like, really hard to get to if you're a caster build, probably. Bomb looks crazy,
You
yeah.
can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes
Where the heck is this at? Says only axes, maces, or swords. Oh, okay, yeah. So you can't do two caster weapons. That's probably a good balance for it. Especially if it's down on that side of the tree. But this seems so good. All damage is taken from mana before life. Just combine that with CI with Eldritch Battery. Surely Eldritch Battery's still the same. Minor Matter looks like it's in the same position. They did a zoom out of the tree initially, right? He's like, don't worry. Don't worry, it'll be okay. Everything's fine. Yeah, like this. So we could probably spot it on this oversight. CI plus mom plus that monk Chayula ascendancy equal Giga recovery and EHP. Yeah, the instant leeches. Could be good. We'll see what kind of sustain nodes they give. Where's the okay, right. Oh. I missed it. I missed the pause. Pause 1 second too late. Alright. Yeah. So Mind Over Matter is right here, and CI is right here. Can we spot Eldritch Battery? Does anyone see Eldritch Battery? Gotta remind myself what it looks like. It looks like this. I see it. You see it? Same spot as PoE1. No, they didn't go high enough for that though. Is it this? That doesn't look exactly like it. Oh, is it that? Is it this? On the left of CI? They cut it right when you're gonna be there. Aren't they? Aren't they cutting it right when they would show it, right? It would be probably in a similar position though, right? That looks like Ancestral Bond. Your frame by frame. I don't see any Zealot's Oath. No, I do. That's Zealot's Oath right there. Where's that paint attunement? I gotta remind myself what paint attunement looks like. This looks like freaking Conduit or something. I don't know. 2254 has it? There's another one at okay, let's check 2254. Oh my word. Get enhanced definition here. Enhanced quality. There's a photo of the tree on Reddit. Yeah, but is it the same thing it is now? Or is it different than what it is now?
You can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options.
Yeah, it's definitely Zealot's Oath. Mind Over Matter, CI. It's right where he's allocated. Is it this?
But at its core, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, it looks like this. It looks like this. Did they hover over ES nodes? I could have sworn they hovered over ES nodes at one point. Tell me if I'm crazy. I feel like they hovered over this ES square, and it was like 20 to 30% ES or something like crazy talk.
All share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices
They refunded,
here.
yeah.
Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice, changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool.
It was a lot. It seems like a crazy amount.
Skills like these can be tough.
Pain Attunement is there too, but it's different. More critical bonus damage when on low life, less critical bonus damage when on full life.
To build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree.
Lightning damage per intelligence. Well, well, well. What do we have here? I didn't catch that the first time. I did see the per mod. I didn't see what it was for. I thought it was gonna be like per charge. Log in, boys. We got it. We're here. Instacking is a go. Instacking is a go. Well, well, well. It's probably similar to for other stuff. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. That's kind of funny though. Permit for righteous fires. Yeah, righteous lightning. Yeah, that's definitely EB over here. Oh, look at this. Look at this wheel. Look at that. ES node right next to an int node. Now we're off to some progress. I got all the stuff I need right freaking here.
For the sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
Version of lightning might be a big
full
thing.
curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen.
It's gonna be weird clicking the Infernalist, playing the demon character, and then doing lightning spells.
Damage.
My instacking CI. Alright, yeah, respec. Let's see this.
You can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
Let's go back a little bit. 12% increased damage with hits against enemies within 2 meters.
Creative players will find
crit bonus damage against enemies within 2 meters, 2 meter damage.
And plenty of opportunities with this system.
And what was the points beforehand?
But you can just use these specialization points
further than 6 meters. Okay, so they have like a long range tree and a short range tree. I see what they're saying. Thinking the Chayula, the leech angle. You go for the instant leech. I'm gonna go for the demon, the witch.
Points.
I already missed PoE 1. You're crazy.
But creative
dude.
players will find
Log
plenty of
angle.
opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too.
2 weapon skill set passives.
On the map, you can see icons that.
Yeah, you're gonna want to do all of these. I'm actually think Warrior will be underplayed, and that's what I'm gonna be playing. We'll see what ends up popping off for various people, but
indicate the many optional encounters you can
probably
find.
gonna be a lot of
some of them
variants.
have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful.
Especially if we don't really get the full tree and we're just freaking like showing up.
If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful.
I want to shield bash
every
and
class
crush
will find
enemies,
use
that's
for them.
fair.
So make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act.
Okay, so I definitely skipped the respec
important
points
element of character progression,
on accident.
items. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge.
Alright, we'll check it.
There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
But that's in the item
so make sure
section.
to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills.
Oh my word, it is real! 40% ES? Do my eyes deceive me? There's gotta be some caveat here. Is there a caveat, or is Spellcasters just gonna be OP? With like ES scaling? Or not necessarily Spellcasters, but just ES scaling. Am I missing something? Reduced mana, but yeah, you don't. I don't think you care about that though. If you go Eldritch Battery CI, Minder for Matter, I don't know if you care. CI will be nutty. The 2 travel nodes before give you minus 80. Yeah, I guess we can see the travel nodes of things to get to 15%. Yeah. The smallers are 15%. There has to be something going on with ES not being good. There's got to be something where you can't sustain it or something, or there's like some sort of issue. Like I don't understand. Smalls with 15% is kind of crazy. Yeah, it is. ES gear's way weaker. Yeah, that's the question. Is ES gear just a lot more trash or something? CI is probably always going to use mana as HP. Well, I think you Eldritch Battery CI Mind Over Matter just seems like a go-to combo. Well, maybe I'm missing something though. ES takes twice as much damage for Chaos? No, it's the CI node makes you Chaos immune though. About to drop 500. The crowd changes are pretty crazy. Yeah.
Rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange
currency exchanges with Alva. Oh, that's kind of funny. Eldritch Battery still a thing? I think so. What I'm basing this off of is the here I'll show you. I have the keystones, right? Keystone. Use Energy Shield before mana as the mana cost. Energy Shield protects mana instead of life. This thing. CI, this thing, and Mind Over Matter. Seem like a really good combination. But I'm probably missing something here. Maybe there's some sort of issue with how well you could sustain ES. That's probably the big caveat. Because they're giving you a bunch more ES here, right? They're giving you a lot more ES here if the node is 40%. They put something about damage bypass with Eldritch Battery. Yeah, they might. Maybe Energy Shield can't regen. Yeah. CI gives bleed immunity too. Doesn't give bleed immunity, just gives the chaos of you, that's all. There's support gems for ES stuff. Yeah, I kind of wonder. But yeah, I think that's what I'm leaning towards is a ES scaling character with the Warlock Ascension. That is what I'm leaning towards right now based on these reveals. I wonder how much information they're going to give us between now and December 6th. If we're like completely blind on tree, I think that's what I'm going to roll. Full of surprises, aren't we, Lance? Here's what I like to do. I like to do things that I think are strong, and this looks freaking strong to me, dude. We're going blind into a new release of what could be some pretty bang on good content. I want to go in with a decent character. That's all I'm thinking. I'm completely blind, releasing nothing. Den of Wolves. Yeah, I think they'll give us like teasers of unique items, but nothing concrete. I don't think they're going to give us the tree. I don't think they're going to give us the rest of these ascendancy nodes. I think they're going to let us just show up at our normal lab and be like, oh, this ascendancy has this node, question mark, you know, like sort of thing. I think it's going to be like that. Tease but don't release. Yeah, I'm hoping they do that too. There's obviously another demon-related passive behind this that scales it more. This stuff could be minion for all I know. That could be maybe the Hellhound thing. I'm just kind of curious what this stuff is going to look like. Grant, summon Infernal Hound. 20% damage is taken from Hellhound's life before you. I just watched the Witch Hunter. He has a node that was him reverse cull for 30%. It's like chance to reverse cull, I think. So it doesn't occur every time, I think is what he said during it. This guy.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a...
This guy seems like he could be pretty good. Got Explode for 2 points. Got an elemental damage barrier.
The chance is doubled against demons and undead.
You can see the explosion's a pretty big AoE too, right? I think that's what that is.
Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against...
Yeah, you could literally see the explosion. Like, it's a sizable AoE. It's like that big.
Demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Up to 30% if you're lucky. Okay, so you always get a big initial hit, but it rolls between 0 and 30. So it's like a 15% call, maybe. 15% reverse call on average. I mean, that seems pretty good. Could be 10 to 30. Yeah, it doesn't say this, the minimum. It doesn't say the bottom end is 0. Right, you think that's a waste of points? That is not a waste of point. That's like a lot of the ascendancies they showed us aren't damage multipliers. This is literally a damage multiplier.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane,
they show the damage numbers. Yeah, so his initial hit did like 260,000 damage. You could see it pop up basically.
Attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chances.
The second one behind it might be good too. Yeah.
With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your
see
initial
how much the first
hit
hit
against
does.
enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
So his first hit did 260,000.
This is great.
And then his second, like 1, 2, he's like dinging him for 2K. So his first hit did like 100 of his base attacks in 1 hit. It might scale crit chance. So if you 6-man party, you could always do that on a boss. Yeah, having one of these dudes would be a good support role just for that one node. Is it only once? It's just the first hit you get to do extra damage is what it is. So without seeing any of these other ascendancy nodes, this guy's like 3 nodes they showcased are all good, right? Explode, damage multiplier, barrier, and we don't even know what any of this other stuff is. This guy might be legit.
Full bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from...
Okay, we do know this. This seems a little weird. I don't know what to think of this thing. Witchbane, enemies have maximum concentration equal to 40% of their life. If it's just damage, can't you make ignite? It's just like a removal. It's a reverse call, basically what Jimmy said earlier. It'd be funny if the node behind it's Cull. I mean, it could be, right? It could be reverse Cull Slayer Cull. That's a boss specific node? Yeah, it pretty much is. Or it's not boss specific, it just says enemies. It's not boss specific.
As often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly.
The max res scaling on this seems pretty legit. I don't know how I feel about the 12 all quality or the other stuff, but the max res alone seems like a pretty freaking strong node. Based on how many gems you can get. Seems pretty sick, yeah, I think so too.
In your flesh. Integrated efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological infusion.
Dial is the ascendancy, yeah. Because you have what? It's base 12 gem sockets, right? And each of those could have 6 total sockets. Is it per socketed support? It's socketed support, so it's 12 times 5 plus 3 times 5. So you have 75 total supports, right? Around there. So this is worth this node is worth like 8 max all res. Or you could target a specific res all the way to 90 pretty easily. You get 3 more, yeah, 15 times 5. Well, that's if you have all support gems, right? Which, I don't know, it depends on how you're min-maxing or whatever, but... You get up to 25 max res. You could spread it at like 888, or you could spread it out. Might be a little tricky. You can't have the same supports. Well, I mean, you could just have like meaningless support gems on things that you don't need, that are just to get the colors, right?
Extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes.
It's like an auto bomber to me.
Crystalline
It might
potential
be.
adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
Quality of all skill gems. I don't know, it'll be interesting. This might be the support gem side, and this is probably the main gem side, maybe. I don't freaking know. Do trigger skills cost spirit or something? Can you have as many as you want? Depends, I think. I'd like cast when damage taken probably doesn't require, well, it might require reservation, but like, for example, if you look at the buff skills, you have things like cast on shock, which is a trigger skill, and it requires a reservation for it. So cast when damage taken might be that way too. There's cast on minion death, requires reservation. I think trigger skills might fall into the aura reservation category. So take that how you will.
Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods.
Amble sprint. Gain up to 40 move speed at random when hit until hit again. Do we get 2 keys if we get 480 and when buying a supporter pack? My guess is you'll get a key if you did this lifetime spend, and then you'll get another key if you buy another pack. So maybe you could like give a key to a friend or something. RMT is still going to be a thing, sadly. I mean, you can't. If you want there to be a trade system where you can trade with people, then I don't think you could stop it outside of like, you could try to figure out who's RMTing and ban them, right? But
which can dramatically change
people are going to find ways that
they're not just better rare items.
Hide it or
they
whatever.
Can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through.
I have lifetime spend, and I bought stuff, and I got a key for myself, and like 4 extras. Dang, you're passing out keys to everybody. RMT should be public knowledge. RMTers should be public knowledge. What do you mean by that? Like they should know who's who or whatever? I don't know how you friggin' would be able to track it all down and completely eliminate it. Definitely making a corpse weight build. True, decompose.
Clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes.
Yo, it's a movement skill.
Changes your dodge roll into a blink.
You know what I see right now? I see leveling item. Anyone else?
Morphing you into sand as
you're speed running the leveling experience. You're using this. That's a cool animation.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling.
Taking the blink into Ubers. That would be funny if that, well, I don't know if it'd be funny or not. If that was like an end game approach, is you want the giga movement.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around.
We try to make sure that
40% less does not say attack. Yeah, so
most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come
Ascension. You know what I didn't see? I missed the part when they talked about ritual, guys. I wasn't here for it. I went to pee earlier. You guys said there was RF, and there wasn't RF. You baited me.
After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be
Take a look.
resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of the area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute.
Look how good that crossbow looks. Holy, that's a jacked looking crossbow. Got a regal in there, a transmute, a level 14 gem, hammer, a helmet, thick crossbow.
Omens.
While this item is active in your inventory, your next exalted orb will add only a prefix.
These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will
Omen of annulment. It does exist.
help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now, don't forget that Ritual will also drop
Yeah, like a
tablets,
double
which
slam
can be
for the
used to
Exalt.
specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual,
They talk about stuff like, no, they didn't talk about any chase uniques, nothing like that. We know the endgame pinnacle bosses have their own drop tables based on the difficulties. Like, for example, it seems like there's a tier 1 version of a boss and a tier 4 version of a boss, and they have different drop tables. They didn't showcase any like giga uniques. They've showcased some like leveling uniques, basically.
mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity.
Yeah. They haven't really shown us what the nodes are, really. Where is my trap and mine stuff, Wacky D? Probably not on release. Because they're not doing Shadow on release, and my guess is trap and mine stuff will be tied to the Shadow, like, thematic or whatever. It seems like what they did is they gave us, based when they were going through the classes, they gave us like 20 skills that were related to the thematics of the class or whatever. And they haven't told us about other things, so we don't know what skills will be. Like, we don't know, like, I don't know if RF is going to be on launch right now. Right now, I feel like it's not going to be on launch, but maybe it will be. We'll see. I don't know how the hell I'd be able to sustain it, though. I don't know if there's going to be support on the tree to sustain Righteous Fire or not. All right, I think I'm getting a bit too tired. Tomorrow we do have the box, okay? Tomorrow I think we'll do the Valdo box run and see how that goes. Hopefully, for those of you who were here on YouTube, thanks for coming by. Hopefully the stream was actually operational for those watching from YouTube. I don't know, it's the first time trying this. And I'll try to get better with it. And then, yeah, I think we'll do the Valdo box tomorrow. And I'll probably make a YouTube video tomorrow morning on stuff I'm most hyped about with PoE2, which I think is going to be, for me, looking at these classes, I think I'm most excited about either Blood Mage or the Infernalist, and thinking about doing a caster-based build on it. But I don't know. We're missing so much intel, and I kind of hope they keep us kind of in the dark, so we show up on launch day not really knowing what we're doing. That sounds kind of exciting. Time to quit my job and never see my family on December 7th. You mean December 6th? December 6th, guys. December 6th. My axe. Yo, appreciate you, APF. Thanks for the sub. December 6th. All right, let's see who's online, who's streaming. I'll send you guys over to... Man, there's a lot of people streaming. Yo, Travic raided us earlier because he had to go pick up his kid. Let's raid Travic. Let's raid him back because it looks like he just started a stream. All right. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Enjoy Travic's stream. And to everybody on YouTube, thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your evenings, everybody. Peace out. And let's get hyped, man. December 6th is going to be sick.